Good morning. Happy Monday. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trace, and we have our amazing, wonderful expert trader, Tom Sabo. How are you?
Good morning, Terry. Oh, I'm doing great. Thank you so much for that introduction, as always. Good morning, everybody. Special hello to Abhishek and the chat, and Trevor and Nate and Magnus, of course, and Aaron and everybody at MyFundedTV crew. Terry, good morning. It's so good to see you after the weekend. It was like yesterday. It was Friday. The weekend flies so fast, like amazing.
Exactly. We blinked and we're
yeah. We teleported to Monday, basically. But yeah, we're here.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much to talk about. Let's get started.
Let's go.
So this is the schedule for today. Today is Monday, and you are watching Terry and Tom on the Morning Push. At 10 to 10:30, you will have Pine Tree Trader. 10:30 to 11:30, you'll have Leo Invest. 11:30 to 12:30, Husk and Methodical Man. At 12:30 to 1:30, you will have Matt Cowart. And that is the schedule for today. Tom, let's take a look at the chart. So much has happened.
Oh yeah. Look at this, guys. Like I was hitting up Twitter, or X, okay, let's see who got the move. I almost made some popcorn, and I was waiting for the post who got this move? I made this and this much amount of profit. But anyway, crazy. This is kind of history for me as well, because I've never seen a 5-minute candle. Actually, I don't recall seeing a candle making 780 points. 780 points on this one. That was absolutely unbelievable. But in the London session so far, not much has happened. I had a really beautiful short position here. Absolutely a great trade. Let me just show you guys on the 1 minute. It was such a great trade. The 1-to-2 risk to reward ratio. It was really good, bouncing off from a 2-minute supply zone, going lower. And I thought that we're gonna go for a 2025 September low, which is down there at 23,731. So it was definitely, it looked like that the market wants to tag that level, but it just didn't. And then President Trump came out with the comments, and look at that. So I'm not even sure. I wasn't even reading all the details, but Terry will get more information on that, everybody. But obviously, Trump was commenting on pulling back from attacking Iranian energy supplies, I think, but I do need to read about the headlines more. So the thing is, we spiked higher. We're pretty much hovering around previous day high, which is the Friday high, technically. So we're hovering around Friday high. I have a 5-minute supply zone at 941. So we might continue higher. I know it's a bit of a stretch, but after a move like this, who knows? Now, the funny thing, or maybe it's not even funny, I don't see a level here, guys. Nothing. So absolutely nothing. And I know that would be quite of a massive call, but the next zone that I see is down there at 900, 23,900. So I'm not really thinking to go short yet. I don't know. I mean, this is one of those days when I might just going to be scalping maybe on the lower time frames or something like that. Maybe not even trading on funded accounts, just maybe focusing a little bit on evals. But just to have at least one target, there is a very small 1-minute demand zone here. Actually, I'm just putting it on the chart right now. I totally missed this. So the zone is at 478. So I think the market might want to tag that. You know what? maybe I will even jump in, who knows? But 478, that's the only level that I see here, nothing else. So we'll see what happens. And of course, the same situation happened on gold and everywhere, like kind of like the same reaction around 7 a.m. Eastern Standard. We went through a 5-minute supply zone. I'm still not interested to take a trade on gold. Unfortunately, this was my original target. So I kept saying, even in the London session, like if we would push higher on gold, maybe I would consider the 44.24, and this level was here earlier, and then look at that, we just went through 44.24, and I have nothing on the upper end here. So I don't think I'm going to do anything with gold again, unfortunately, because I would really love to trade that. But actually, the market, okay, so it back, because we were down like almost 10% during the London session. I think you should not be trading gold on that level, but we will get into the details there, because I think there's a difference, like there's not exact circuit breaker there, but I think there's a rule when the market is like above or below 5% of drop, then the funded accounts, you should not be or cannot be trading on the funded account. But anyway, we're going to get back to that too. On the ES, kind of like the same situation. I haven't even done the chart markups, but yeah, on the 1 minute, we have the same demand zone right here on ES. Let me just put a level right there. This is why I think that there could be a potential drop 66.63 on ES. So we might just going to see that level, and then, logic would dictate that we will continue higher. But guys, it's just so hard to come up with a plan here. Like after something like this happens, absolutely unpredictable, then usually the market is unpredictable, right? But at this point, it's better to stay out. So yeah, I'm just gonna focus on this small little scalp here, the 478, and I'm gonna see the reaction around this level. Are we gonna drop further? Because if we shift, where's the level? If we shift 344, we might just gonna drop further down towards the VWAP. Who knows? It's down there at 139. I don't know. This is such a coin toss situation. So we'll be reacting as always. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
I like that level. When you called it out, I'm like, yeah, I think I want to go short with you.
I
just
like
for
that.
retracement.
Yeah. It's you
pullback.
You can call it a potential target for the current pullback. I like that level, 478, and it's just there's nothing else really, because if there's nothing else where we can go for, like, why not? Of course, there is a small fair value gap on the 1 minute up there as well. We forgot to hit that, but guys, this is so much a coin toss. So I think only after market open we will see what's going to happen. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
I can quick go over some of the really big headlines that we saw this morning. So what moved that market in that 5-minute candle? I mean, my goodness, the low of the candle was 889, and within 5 minutes, the high of the candle was 737. So almost 900 points, more than 900 points or so. Incredible. In just 5 minutes. And that headline was Trump saying that very, very bullish news related to Iran. Trump said, I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of ongoing meetings. However, at 7:55 Eastern Standard Time, Iran came back and said there have been no talks. There are no talks. So today is going to be so volatile. This is like not typical, right, Tom?
Yeah, absolutely not typical. And just you were saying, like, Iran is Iran's replies that there were no talks. I mean, I just told this to Terry in the backstage. Like, I kind of feel like that at this point Iran is like, they don't really care, because maybe they're just pointing out the middle finger to everybody, like, we don't care, guys, you guys started, we're just going to continue with the operation. And It's not really funny actually, but I feel like that at this point, it could be just they might be trying to ease the situation, and it seems like Iran is just dodging the news back, like they don't really know anything about these kind of informations. Like they're technically they're saying quite the opposite. So, and this is what we saw in the I mean, crude oil. I checked crude oil. Obviously, it dropped like crazy. We went down to 84 all the way from 98. And you know what? In the past couple of hours, actually almost 2 hours, I kind of feel like that. I was just paper trading here on crude oil. So the thing is, I feel like crude could be maybe slowly escalating back to those previous higher levels. Like if the Iranian government is going to continue to deny all these possible negotiations and deals and things, because I'm just reading on Forex Factory that Trump was just saying to Fox Business that deal with Iran could be 5 days or sooner. Now, if Iran is going to deny that, then I feel like that crude oil can also just slowly grind back up higher. Who knows?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, at 6:05, the headline was U.S. and Iran have had over the last 2 days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. And yeah, that is the specific headline that sent the market skyrocketing. We just trade small, 1 micro.
Exactly. Especially now. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. It's absolutely incredible. I did see in the funded chat with MyFundedFutures, someone caught 500 points on that news spike.
Oh my gosh. That is amazing. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Amazing. Congratulations to our funded traders who caught that. That's incredible.
Yeah. Congrats. I'm kind of curious, but we're going to get there soon just to see how we are doing with the leaderboards. But before we get there, Terry, I want to make sure that we still have some deals going. What's happening?
Yes, we do have the amazing deal going. This will end tomorrow. So use code YouTube to receive $60 off. Instead of paying $157, you get to pay $97 on the rapid plan. This is our daily payout plan. 2 days to pass the eval, daily payouts with a 90-10 profit split. So this is the one that people have been just so excited about, getting big payouts from it. And you can request up to $10,000 each day with this plan. So this is amazing. We also have 30% off any of the pro accounts that's still going on. And if you're a new trader with MyFundedFutures, it is 50% off as a welcome package. And the 25K Flex Plan sales are also still going on, all of it using code YouTube.
Thank you so much, everybody, for the support. And of course, before we move on to some numbers, my duty right now is to check on you guys how we are doing with the like numbers here, because I'm seeing 93 likes. I'm kind of liking this. Like, I think we have a trend going on here, because around 15 minutes in the show, we're kind of averaging around 100 likes, which is good. That's a good start always. We have a nice 362 viewers. Thank you so much, guys, for hanging here. And just make sure to smash the likes if you haven't already. And if you're watching us on X or TikTok, make sure just to click a few more, hop over to YouTube, help the algorithm, because this is how YouTube works. This is how everything is. YouTube does feed on the likes. So please make sure to smash that. If you haven't subscribed already, please do so and share the link with everybody. Ex-boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, who knows, high school teacher, whatever. Just share the link. Make sure that we're going to get bigger, stronger. We already managed to get more than 2,600 subs since the last milestone. So that is amazing, guys. This is because of you guys. And it was not too long ago. I feel like we're going to nail that 70K really soon. So thank you again. And we're going to check the numbers.
Yeah. And at 70K, Tom, you said you're going to call Luke and ask for special gifts. And you'll also be doing a dance.
A dance. I'm going to do a dance for sure. I'm going to call Luke. Last time, Luke was super generous, giving us 25 more rapid accounts for a giveaway. I'm going to try to top that up for a double at least, like 50. Who knows? I'm going to take the heat on that, guys. Let's get to 70K as soon as possible.
Yes. And make sure you turn on the notifications too, so you know when we go live. And speaking of giving away giveaways, we have so many different giveaways going on. So during our streams, every hour, there are giveaways within chat, right? So make sure you pay attention, look for those forms that drop in chat, and make sure you get your name on for a chance to win. You do have to be present if fingers crossed, your name gets called, and then you can win a free account from MyFundedFutures. We also have this amazing, wonderful, exciting March daily giveaway, 5 accounts per day on different socials. So today is Monday. It will be on Reddit. So make sure you go check out Reddit today for another chance to win another account.
It's treasure hunt, everybody. I love it. So go for it. Check on it.
Yeah. Exactly. And speaking of treasure hunt, that's a different giveaway, you guys. So we have another giveaway. It's a treasure hunt throughout all our socials. That one is just random. You don't know where it's going to be. Look for some type of clue, Easter egg hunt, could be anything. It's what you'll see though is a special discount code so that you can receive a big discount with MyFundedFutures. But yeah, this one though, the 5 accounts per day on Reddit, that will be a form. So that's nice for people who, don't like the speed giveaways.
Guys, we have so many giveaways. I actually lost track, by the way. So
I know.
we're having giveaways here and there, everywhere. One thing to make sure to make sure to subscribe on every social on MyFundedFutures, because there's so many things happening at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. And you guys, we're able to do all these giveaways because of you. You keep using code YouTube, and that lets everyone know how amazing our community is, and we can keep reinvesting and building it out. So thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you, everybody. We do appreciate that. And without you guys, it wouldn't be the same. I'm just so glad that we have an amazing community here every day.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And if you're funded, make sure you go check out the Discord section for funded traders. I am in there. I'm seeing so many cool things. People are building friendships there, sharing, different P&L, excitement, payouts in there. So it's definitely inspiring and motivating too. And, when you have a bad day, it's nice to be able to be like, hey.
Yeah, a trading buddy, sharing your journey, even not just your wins, but your pain, sorrows, losses, whatever. It's always good to have a trading buddy, because it will, it's always good. That's it. Fact.
Yes, fact. Exactly. I'm like, Tom, I had the most amazing day. Or I'm like, Tom, I had a terrible day.
Yeah, usually nowadays I'm just sending crying emojis to Terry, oh, what is this happening? Anyway, but it's good. It does help.
Yeah, speaking of good, this is the MyFundedFutures Trader Leaderboard we're looking at right now. These are all profits in Sim Funded, and also the people who are in live. So this Hun in 16th place has $25,838 in their live account. Incredible. First place has over $50,000. This is just profits. This is not including the account size. So this is incredible. You know
what? It amazes me. And when I scroll lower just a little bit, I'm seeing, for example, on the 25th place, Matt, definitely, I think he's having a pro account, 150K account with $61,000 in simulated account in profit, which is amazing, by the way. $61,000 in profit. Also on the 20th place, a same 150K account from Bree, $65,000 in profit. Now, guys, this is so amazing, because MyFundedFutures, I think, maybe the only one currently on one. I mean, you can build your buffer on your simulated account, and of course get the withdrawal. And I'm talking mostly about the pro account here, up to $100,000 on your simulated account, which is amazing, by the way. You can just focus on trading, build up a buffer, and just go for it.
Yeah, exactly. I love seeing how some of these are just in one account.
Yeah, one single account, guys.
Yes, and the pro accounts are 30% off, as I mentioned earlier, using code YouTube. Sometimes I feel like I trade better when I'm just focused on one account. But I totally get the rotating accounts too. So yeah, it just depends, right, Tom? If you should have multiple accounts or just focus on
Absolutely,
one.
absolutely, and I was just writing a message on the weekend to Terry about this because I was having a bit of a rough week last week, and I was like, the same situation happened last year with me as well. So most of my payouts came from just a few accounts. I think 3 or 4 accounts, multiple times from the same account. It was just amazing. It just reminded me that with proper risk management, you can take multiple payouts from the same account. So, and of course, like everybody is trying to build more accounts, myself as well. But whenever I try to focus on more and more accounts, I kind of feel like, okay, something is getting off a little bit. So seeing all these traders on our leaderboard kind of reminds me that, hey, you can make a bunch of money on one single account. So maybe I will steer my focus a little bit more on 1 or 2 particular accounts. And yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I see Rye is hanging in there with Rye's 5 accounts with over 28K in
Oh,
each.
yeah.
50K account. We can have up to 5 of the 50Ks. But yeah, the people in first and second place here, yep, it's just one account. And I see Nat is also hanging in there. Woo! 33,000 in profits in 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's a lot of money. That's
Incredible.
a lot.
Wow.
Yeah, it is. It is. And yeah, so again, if you guys are just having one evaluation account or one funded account, amazing, no problem with that. So don't feel like, oh my gosh, but everybody's copy trading. No. You shouldn't be worried about how or what others are doing because you're doing perfectly fine with one single account. So by the way, I did hop into a small short position here with one micro at 555. I forgot to tell you guys about it, but I'm in a small profit. Nothing special. I am curious if we are going to hit that 478 level. I'm just kind of curious, that's all.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking like, what about that short idea? and I want to jump into. I will jump in 1 micro.
Yeah, 1 micro only, and my stop loss is a little bit way up there, 626. If I'm starting to see some crazy moves above the 600s, I might just gonna close it manually and leave it be. But I would so love to see the 478 being tagged. And because that's a zone, if like usually we can expect a possible reversal. I mean, let me just, so the scenario is like, if we go down into the zone, maybe a bit of a structure and then continuing higher. Now that would be something I love to see in this scenario, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess we'll see.
Right. NQ is already up 1.85%. Let me check on YM. YM is up. Oh, interesting. Okay, so YM is up 1.73%, and ES is up 1.65%.
Yeah. So everything is kind of turned bullish. I really hope, by the way, and not just for the market or everything, but like overall, globally, that the bullish momentum keeps up. And like, again, I don't know about Iran, but the big problem as it is right now is the energy crisis, a possible energy crisis here. So strategic reserves of crude oil being lifted by some countries. And I guess there is a really, really urgent need for a potential deal. And yeah, we just saw a headline that Trump is trying to make a deal. I really hope that Iran is going to be, I know it's hard in their current situation, but there has to be some solution,
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It is not good for anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to target about 50 points on this just to get to 50% of my profit target to pass this eval. Yeah. I'm trading the 150K Pro account eval.
I always knew that Terry, she's a big player. She's a big player. She goes with the granddaddy accounts.
Yes. I love it. Okay, market is coming down. Let's go. 5 minutes until the market's going to open.
Yeah, I'm going to move my stop down to 592 here because at this point, if it goes up, no problem. I'm just going to wait for the next situation. Although I'm going to put a line here just so I remember. So 649.25 on the micro is a 1 minute fair value gap. So if this one completely reverses to the upside, maybe I will try to scout my way into that 650-ish level. Who knows? But I really want to see this level being tagged at 478. So my TP is at 82.75 just to make sure. And yeah, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Okay, let's do it.
Let's do it.
My TP is at 492. I do see a pivot to our left at the low of that pivot is 24,344.
344.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have that level too. Like that would be the previous swing low, right? Yeah.
Yep.
344. Okay. I like that. And by the way, before we completely forget it, we still looking for you guys who have a great story for us, by the way. If you have a great story, maybe you just got your first ever payout from MyFundedFutures, please let us know if you would like to share your journey of how it happened and what happened. We will love to hear from you because we would like to interview like-minded traders. And if you have maybe more, maybe you're in social media, but maybe you don't have that much of a big following. It's not a problem if you don't have a huge following, but you feel like you have an extra energy or you feel like you have the guts for it. We are also looking to expand MyFundedTV, and we're looking for maybe co-hosts here to the show. So either way, if you have a story or if you feel like you would like to join the team as a co-host, please fill out the form because we are looking for you. Right?
Yes, we are. Exactly. We want that energy, that special energy.
Yes. So, yeah, it's just good to know, like, as we're getting bigger, better, stronger, like, obviously, guys, I don't know about that, but I feel like, and this is something which would be great for the future coming, like MyFundedTV covering more space, more time in the trading social space here, and obviously we need more people for that, guys. So we gotta handle that. Yeah,
our short's looking pretty good, Tom.
Well, so far so good, but yeah, how much time? Oh, less than 2 minutes to go until they open, so we'll see.
Let's go. Oh, I saw Voltron is in the house. I also saw Husk is in the house. WeWap is in the house. Let's go.
Oh yeah, let's see the names. We have I see. Oh yeah, we have WeWap, we have Voltron. Hey Voltron, and oh my gosh, I should be good. We have El Burrito. I'm seeing some familiar names from my stream as well. It's just so good to see you guys, and hello to everybody who's just joining in.
Let's go. Oh, it's almost to
well.
my TP. It's almost to my TP.
Oh my gosh, it's going down, everybody.
Get down.
It's going down. It's going down. Oh my gosh, almost there. Almost there. Maybe
almost there.
You know, one more minute, it's like 20 points for NQ in this environment. This should be nothing. So
I'm getting flashbacks.
Flashbacks
of when we were so close to TP, we had to trade on in pre-market, and then the market opens and it just rips the other direction. So hopefully that does not happen.
Happened a few times, that's for sure. But I think right now we do have a great chance that this one should be spiking down. 40 more seconds to go. I think we have a really good chance to hit the 482 down there. Let's go. Just a little bit more.
Let's go. Come on. I'm going to bring. TP hit.
TP hit. Congratulations. W's in the chat for Terry. TP. I'm still waiting for 482. Congratulations, Terry. Nice short. We're hovering around 500. Let's see if we're going to have a bounce or the market is going to go to the zone. Beautiful trade, Terry.
Thank you, Tom.
Oh my gosh.
Let's
go. All right, we hit that. Nice. This was a good one. W's. And the market is open for business, everybody. So just in time.
Just in time.
Okay. We're kind of seeing. All right. So let's see if the zone is going to be taken out because there's nothing down there. So this would be interesting.
Whoa. Ooh. Market is going towards that pivot.
Oh, wow. We just broke through. We just broke through 452. Okay. Kind of going lower.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see. Okay. Good.
Oh,
so
wow.
far, rejection. Wow. Okay. What a rejection here, guys.
It is volatile.
It is. I'm kind of watching my other screen as well. Like, let's just get a sneak peek what's happening on ES. So ES also went through the same 1 minute demand zone, but there's nothing down there left to go for. I wonder, you know what? Maybe it will go for that pivot point that we talked about on NQ 344. Okay, so let me just go back to the 1 minute here. So usually I don't really like to go with the 1 minute in scenarios like this, but you know what? If we can shift, the market above 522, I'm thinking to try out a potential trade here with 1 micro. It might be a little bit dangerous, but maybe I will go long.
Okay.
Maybe, but I will put a limit order there. Actually, a buy stop. Let me put a buy stop to 523. Okay, buy stop at 523.75. The reason for this is if we have an initial reaction from the zone, if this zone is really valid and the market is still going to be bullish to finish up the job by going higher to maybe back to 25K or who knows, but at least to take out the 650 gap, then that would be a good. Usually I'm not entering like this, especially nowadays, especially on a day like this, but I'm kind of curious. What do you think, Terry? Are you looking for something? 5 minute breakout, maybe?
Yeah, I'm kind of eyeballing some shorts in a different account here.
Okay.
And just looking for a farther pullback. But yeah, I'm thinking long, maybe for the day. Hopefully we end up bullish. But looking for, I'm thinking maybe we retrace a little bit more, but anything can happen. I mean, I do see the market on open imbalance for the S&P 500 was imbalance on the buy side of 581 million. NASDAQ was negative 17 million.
Okay, well, this will be interesting.
Oh. So you're for buys. Oh, you're in a buy right now?
No, not yet. That's just the limit buy stop there. Basically, that's a buy stop order, so it has not been triggered. There's a small swing point here on the 1 minute, the 930 candle. So if it trades above the 930 candle, which is somewhere around, what's the high here? Hold on. 521.75. So if we trade higher, so my trigger is at 523.75. I'm not just going to jump in because I would be expecting some stronger momentum to push it higher. But so far, no problem. It's just hovering sideways. We'll see. One thing's for sure, usually I'm always right about this one, that the market is going to go to the right. And usually that happens.
Yes, 100% guaranteed. It's a Tom Sabo guarantee.
Yeah, that's a guarantee. We should be going for the right side here. Yeah. And yeah, that's, but right now, okay, so what's the range? We are, the range is like 27 points, 25, 30 points here. It feels like indecision in the markets. Yeah.
It is trying to figure out which direction it wants to go. NASDAQ is trading at about 1.5-ish%. Okay, so far, this first 5 minute candle is looking like it wants to put in a doji, but on the sell side, leaning towards the sell side.
It does seem like it. Let me check the 15-minute chart. Okay. Not much happening. Not much happening. I was expecting a little bit more, but it's no problem, guys. We just couple of minutes in the open, so it's totally normal until the market decides. All right, whose stops are we going to take first, right?
Yeah, I think I will hop in another short, looking for the low of this 5-minute candle to be tagged. I'm kind of front running a little bit this 5-minute orb.
Okay.
Just with 1 micro. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I'm not in a trade, so everything is fine. Oh, nice. It's kind of leaning to the downside there. Good. Okay.
All right. The low of the first 5-minute candle is 432.50 in the micros, and it'll look really good if we can trade below 521.
521.
My entry is at 464.
464. All right. All right. Well, so far, so good.
I don't know. Wait and see.
Well, it's kind of those situations. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with risking a little bit here and there. That's why like 1 micro is nothing. But if you guys like looking for that perfect entry here, and you're like, maybe you want to get in with a little bit of a heavier position, but you're like hesitating, like, oh, where should it go? Where will it go? Is it going to sell off? Is it going to buy? Like if you're hesitating more and more, especially around here at the open, it's just better to back off a little bit and just wait. It's not healthy. Just wait a little bit. And
it's okay if you're feeling like, oh, I don't know which direction, then that's probably a do not trade signal. Like, don't do it.
Yeah, don't do it then. But so far, like nothing special. My buy stop is still at 523.75, and we're still kind of just hovering here. So I don't know if there is, I don't know if Trump is speaking right now, or is he going to speak, or anybody is going to comment on the recent events. Okay, I got tagged in on the long here.
Oh, I got stopped.
You got stopped. Oh, okay. Not okay, but
go, let's go. Okay, so the 5-minute order people are tagged in on the long side.
Yeah, I got tagged in here at 423, and I'm just curious what would be the risk to reward here. Actually, I'm gonna put my stop at 439, because if we go lower, then most likely we're gonna take the low there. I'm gonna get out at 646, like just before that fair value gap, if it goes up there. If not, I'm completely okay with that. So 646 is going to be my TP, and that is it. Let me just put it there. 646. Okay.
Market is pushing higher.
646.50. Yeah, it can still just take the elevator down. So not a big deal.
I do have my news feed pulled up, so anytime a major news headline will pop up, I will definitely share it with everyone.
Oh yeah, definitely. Let us know, because I feel like there could be some further comments about this potential deal or no deal with Iran, because it's so contradicting. Like Iran is denying any sort of communication, and while the US is saying, or Trump is saying, that he's going to seal the deal, but who knows?
Yeah, exactly. I do see a headline from 8:16, that's Central Time. China foreign minister says we should step up cooperation in all fields. So this is becoming definitely international. I see the German chancellor is also making comments, told Trump about worries over attacks on Iranian power plants. So lots of headlines.
Yeah. So, feels like a storm in the market, or maybe there's going to be nothing. It's only Monday, guys. And by the way, what other news events are we going to have throughout the week? I'm just going to check it real quick. Tomorrow, we have flash PMI numbers. Okay. And then on Wednesday, nothing. So nothing special on Wednesday. Thursday, unemployment claims. All right. Thursday unemployment claims, and Friday nothing. Okay, like there's going to be a University of Michigan sentiment, but so far, numbers wise, it's a little bit of a quiet week, so nothing super special.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
Anything can happen.
Anything.
Got to be
And
ready to pivot.
yeah, anytime.
Nimble.
You got to be reactive because nobody knows what the market really wants to do. And yeah, that's why it's so much about risk management and so much about psychology, because this is everything is about psychology. I feel like we will be, and we need to talk more about that, because
Absolutely.
strategies are out there, tons, thousands, tens of thousands of different kind of strategies
Yeah.
to make money with. Yeah.
Exactly. And you can have a strategy, you can backtest a winning strategy. Can you execute it? Most traders cannot. Like, maybe you can execute it consistently for 1 or 2 or 3 days, but can you consistently do it time and time and over again without revenge trading, without adding size to it and going off your plan? And that's that psychology piece.
Exactly. And that is a totally different game, guys, because even if you're doing backtesting and you're like, oh, here is the point where I need to enter. Okay. And you're collecting the information, and you're feeling like confident. Like, oh, I know what to do next time. I'm sorry to, I don't want to be, I don't want to go against anyone, but you're wrong. When you're at the market, sorry,
I don't want to go against you,
but you're wrong. But the thing is, if you are in the live markets, let it be just an evaluation account. It could be a funded account, of course. But when the candles are printing right in front of you live in the market, the decision-making process is going to be different. Guys, jump in. There's the form.
Let's go. Make sure you get your name on that form for a chance to win a free account from MyFundedFutures. You do have to be present to claim your prize if your name is called. So make sure you tune in chat. Let's go. So Tom, sorry, I interrupted.
No, I'm just saying, like, making the decision-making process, that millisecond when you decide, like, okay, this is it, I'm gonna enter the trade, or you might say, no, this is not it, I'm not gonna enter. So that's a completely different scenario when you're collecting the data from your backtesting. Like, no, that's a make you or break you point again. Like, I don't know, like, there's so many different kind of softwares to use for backtesting, but you can push the replay button, or you can just erase some trades, and you can just mess around if you want on your backtesting account. It's never going to be the same with forward testing. So yeah, even if you're just paper trading, for example, even that's better for like executing the proper trade entry than backtesting. Don't get me wrong, backtesting, again, it's good for collecting information from certain market conditions, and that's always good because we need more information to use it for our next decision. But it's always amazes me how different the human brain works when you actually get to that point. Like, you're seeing the setup. Maybe you're on the funded account. Maybe you're on your first ever funded account, or maybe you only had just a couple of funded accounts and you're a little bit more nervous than usual. And you see your A+ setup that you back tested, and you know what to do, but you're not doing it. You're not pulling the trigger. As a trader, as Mark Douglas said, your job is to execute the order. You see what is happening, you know what to do. Your job is to execute with the proper risk management. Now, and that's a crucial point where emotions come in, and maybe they're going to stop you, or maybe they're just gonna escalate the feeling, like maybe the gambling personality is going to come forward, and you might just going to oversize. So that's a huge breaking point there for traders.
Yeah. Or like the panic that can come in when you're seeing like a red P&L, and then all of a sudden you take off that plan and you're like, oh, I'm going to do this instead.
Oh,
Like,
yes. And by the way, speaking of panic, like I think the panic mode kind of kicks in much, much faster for the fairly new trader, especially on your, maybe not the very first, but on your first few funded accounts. Like the panic mode can kick in much faster, especially if you're starting out the day with a small loss, for example, because you just keep forgetting it. Like let's say you got your fairly new funded account, the market opens up, maybe you use a proper risk, you just go in with even just one micro and you lose the trade. Like you did everything according to your backtesting information, according to your strategy, but suddenly, the market does its thing and it's going to stop you out because it's inevitable and you start panicking. And before you start panicking, but ask yourself the question, did you use proper risk management? If the answer is yes, cool. Ask yourself if the setup was valid. So obviously you should have like 2 or 3 check marks, like did this level got broken? Did we have, I don't know, for example, a fair value gap or whatever? Did we broke this trend line? Whatever. You should have like those 3 or 4 check marks. You should not be having like 10 or 20 because that would be impossible to go with, but have your check marks. If everything is yes, and please just do this. It only takes a second in your mind. Like, did you do everything right? Check marks ready. Okay. Risk management ready. You still lost the trade? Yeah, you lost it, but it's not because of you. It's not your fault. You did everything according to the plan. So please don't panic. It's just a small loss and that's it. Move on. So you go into panic mode, you're going to oversize. That's what's happening. That's what happened to me as well. It even happens to me even nowadays sometimes when I want to really push something and I'm not really going to panic because I'm not panicking, but I'm trying to revenge trade. Like, oh, I'm gonna make it bad. I don't care. And I forgot to ask these questions, but you should, remind yourself, like if you did everything right, cool, awesome. You should, pat yourself in the back like, awesome, I did right. Yeah, I lost this one, but it's cool. I'm just gonna wait for the next one.
Yeah. And Tom, trades that lose, that's normal, right? Like it's normal to have some trades that lose.
It is.
Abnormal if you see someone that's like, oh, 100% win rate all the time.
No, that's not normal.
Really?
That's not normal. That's not normal. And such a thing as 100% win rate is non-existent.
Yes.
Run away. Whenever you see somebody claiming 100% win rate, run as far as possible. Even if somebody's claiming to have a 90 or 95% win ratio, mathematically it might be possible, but most likely not really. It's not the reality. I'm not saying, for example, like it's not possible to go with an 80% win ratio, but that's when the risk to reward ratio is coming to the picture. For example, like Forex Ike, he's awesome. He's using a negative R technique. And you know what? I think his win ratio is like 75 or 80% or something, which is normal.
It's very high.
It's very high, but he has definitely much more room. Like maybe, I don't know, I think I saw him talking like 3 or 4 times bigger risk, which is like, again, this is a personal perspective. If he can handle it or you can handle it, like giving that room to the trade to play out, go for it. But don't forget, you are a little bit obligated to you got to hit that mark, that 75-80% mark in that case, which is quite possible if you have an edge, right? So why not?
Yeah, usually we see super high win rates with a negative R&R, like risk reward, versus if we see like a 50% win rate or even a 40% win rate, it will see a risk for 1 to look for, 3, 4 R type of. Yeah, it seems very opposite. So it depends on your personality too. Like some people, you just hate seeing the red. So a strategy where you're 50% wrong of the time is just no bueno. Like
that's no way. And again, the other side is like, you're saying, oh, okay, no problem, because I'm aiming for a 3R trade or 5R trade. No problem with that as well. If you like it, obviously go for it, but be prepared. Like anything bigger than a 1-to-1, mathematically speaking, you need to be prepared to have more losses, especially if you go for a bigger than 1-to-2 risk to reward ratio. it's more than likely that you're going to have relatively a lot of losses, but your winners are going to be very much rewarding, of course. So they're going to wipe out your one win can wipe out quite a couple of losses there. But if you can handle that emotionally, like taking those losses, you know, best loser wins at the end, and then that's you. Then this is why it's so like subjective, right? So,
yeah. Tom, what do you think of algo trading? Like having an algo just trade for you and then you have no emotion?
I'm so glad you asked it, because there was a time, a couple of, no, actually not, well, no, not, it was quite a few years back when I was still trading Forex. Well, I tried to trade. I wasn't absolutely successful with that, but I was thinking like, there are all these, well, we called it robots. Like we have these robots and of course algorithms for different platforms, like it can execute a certain strategy, and do they really work? Now, back in the days, like that was a really long time ago. First, I saw trading. I mean, I encountered trading. That was in 2007 in my 20s. And I was like, oh, they were selling all these robots that can make you rich on Forex, you know, and I also fell for it. And I was like, oh, we're going to be rich in 2 weeks. So obviously what I'm trying to say is, I think, so big institutions or hedge funds, they might be having those quant algos or whatever, super, I don't know, 4D, whatever, very high profile algos that could be adaptive to the market. But let's just, you know, separate the big institutions from the retail level here. So I think that on the retail level, there are good algos, but I think those algos every now and then maybe I'm wrong, so please correct me, no problem, but maybe in my opinion they have to be updated or adapted to the market. That's what I think. I think algos are good for certain market conditions. I don't know if the same, so I'm talking about retail level. Maybe you can purchase an algo from a website, which is great, but is that algo suitable for all the market conditions? Is that algo trades better in a ranging market or a trending market, higher time frame analysis, and all the way down even to the 1 minute time frame? So the short answer is I don't really know, but I feel like at this point, I'm not sure if there's an algo that is 100% autopilot and can adapt to all the market conditions. Because even I think every manual edge, we can talk about the zones or ICT or support and resistance, trend line, whatever, bull flag, bear flag, whatever you're trading, I think because the market is changing, these setups and the win ratios are also changing. And this is why I'm not sure if there's an algo that can adapt to all these markets. What do you think, Terry?
Yeah, I think even if you have an algo that's working right now, 3 months from now, excuse me, 3 months from now, the market conditions will change. Market conditions always change. So it's not like if you can backtest an algo, it works and it looks great, all the stats look fantastic, it doesn't mean moving forward it's going to be exactly the same. Like it's not going to be, because market conditions always change. So there's always that adjustment. And exactly, Tom, like there's just so many variables. And I think as a new trader, a lot of new traders look for that holy grail. Like you look for, I remember going down that route, like spending months and months and months, like looking for the perfect thing. And there's just no perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think backtests definitely help us with confidence. It helps you verify that, okay, the strategy idea, it does work, it makes sense, and then that can give you confidence to forward test it and to trade it moving forward. But yeah, I don't think anyone comes up with an algo trading strategy and then it's completely static forever. Like no one does that. And if you're a new trader, exactly, it's always changing, and that can be challenging part about trading, and also the part that we love, that no 2 days are exactly the same. No 2 years are exactly the same.
Oh, yeah.
It's always changing. I mean, my goodness, look at today, the volatility that we have. It's incredible.
Absolutely incredible. And you know, exactly, this is why I mean, guys, trust me, I would love to have, and I'm still kind of, a part of me still kind of searching for these things. Like I'm kind of like Indiana Jones, like I'm looking for the Holy Grail. I'm really looking for an algo. I'm always like browsing the internet, like not every day, but every now and then I kind of looking for some information, like because for example, now I'm using NinjaTrader. Sometimes I use Quantiver, but I'm always kind of looking for information, like are there some good algos for these platforms? Is there something where I can build at least a partially automated strategy for the platform? But you know, at the end, I end up my thought process like okay, but what if the conditions are changing? What if the market are changing? So, but I do believe, that being said, on the retail level, I do believe that there is a solution. Like there's a mid-level, which is you can maybe even create strategies or partially automated algorithms. And then obviously you need that, like that human touch, that human intervention. If something is happening or not happening, then you can just turn it off or maybe intervene with the algo. That could be something, you know, because at least it will execute the order when every conditions are met. Maybe you get a much precise, much better entry, and you can decide like, okay, should I go through with this trade or should I stop? Or, you know, you're still reading the headlines, what is happening in the world, and then you can intervene accordingly. But that is something maybe that's possible. I think it could be working.
Yeah, I'm actually going to deploy an algo soon.
Oh my
to
gosh.
trade an eval for me. Yes.
Oh my gosh. That is exciting, Terry. That is exciting. Okay, so Terry,
I'll share the experience with everyone. Yes,
that is
I will share it with you.
That is super amazing. So yeah, we need more details on that. And is it something that is completely automated, or is it needs that human touch or something? Completely
100% automated. Yeah, but I can change it whenever, right? I can decide like, okay, I'm going to turn it off today, or but yeah, it will be 100% hands off. And
oh my gosh,
just let it run.
Terry, you just gave back my childhood dreams. Like, okay, can we get rich from that? Because I want to.
Yeah, that would be amazing. So I just think that I'm such an emotional person. I'm an emotional trader, and I'm so curious to see how it's going to work. I'm going to still do my discretionary trading. I'm still going to trade like, hand trade my accounts, some of them, but I'm going to put one on the algo and just let it do its magic. And I'll be interested to see like who outperforms. I'm guessing the computer will, but we'll see. Yeah, I think it'll be an interesting experiment.
Please do update us regularly of how you're doing, because I think you just put the bug in everybody's ear, including me as well, because this is so exciting to hear. Honestly, I was like, it was so hard to find a proper algo in the past couple of years. And that's why I also wanted to say, like, as I was saying, I was looking for some websites, some forums, some infos here and there, but I couldn't really find a place. Like, is it really working? Is it really something that I can go with? So please make sure to update us.
I definitely will, Tom. Your long is looking beautiful.
Well,
long in charge.
So far, so good. I'm not really liking the fact that we're missing some volume here. So there's a 649.25 up there. This is why my TP is only at 645. Yeah, 645.75. Yeah, so there's a fair value gap, but like I feel like the bulls are kind of fighting for their lives here. And when I'm seeing this kind of price action, usually, I hope not, but usually it takes the elevator down any moment, and maybe we will drop 100 points out of nowhere here.
Right? Yeah, it's very volatile. I do see that we surpassed 200 likes.
Let's go, everybody. Thank you so much. Let me guys give you an applause. Thank you, everybody, for the support. Thank you.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you. We have Pine Tree Trader on deck.
Oh, he's already here, everybody. And our time is practically up. So The last words are going to go to Terry. I just want to say thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Please stay tuned as well for Pine Tree and the rest of the hosts, because this day is going to be amazing. More giveaways and everything. Pine Tree has lots of information. I'm so glad that here I can't speak today. He is with us every single day. So thank you again, Terry. It's yours.
Yeah, make sure everyone you check all of the socials on MyFundedFutures, because we do have that special Easter egg hunt giveaway to get a code for a really big discount on MyFundedFutures accounts, and we have many more. Also, the Reddit. Make sure you go check out MyFundedFutures on the Reddit to get your name on a form to win. That's it. You guys are so amazing. Tom and I will be back tomorrow morning. Up next is Pine Tree Trader.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Yo, good morning. What is going on? What's up, everyone? It's me, Trades. What's going on? Thank you for the pine trees, guys. So, wow, right? What was this? I don't know. I was sleeping, but I imagine it was some sort of tweet, right? So this is what we got going on. Let's take a look at the market. NQ. We are hovering just below, or I shouldn't say hovering, we're just below this giant range that we've been trading in since last October, looking at the NQ hourly. So no surprise that we're heading right back into that 25,000 zone. So very interesting. We broke the hourly candle to the upside, inside bar to the upside right now. 625 would be the hourly inside bar high. 300 points if you place a stop down below. So right now I am going to look for longs, and we'll see what we can get. We'll wait for an inside bar or something. Let's oh wow, what's going on, guys? You guys are fired up. Keegan in the house with the lobsters. I love that. Andy Willis, ICT, Cabooshed, M Phoenix, 44 the Punisher, Momo, Kim Capital. What's going on? Good guy, helpful. Why am I ignorant to news? Yeah, I don't want to know anything about the news. I don't want to know. I don't want to have any bias. I don't care what the news is doing, because I think news is all opinion based, and you know, good news is bad news for the market, and bad news is good news for the market. I don't want to know. Just show me patterns on the chart, and that's what I want to trade. Helpful, yeah. I love not to know. Smoke Trades in house, 44 the Punisher. What's going on? Too short. What's up? Yeah, exactly. Helpful. Yeah. I don't pay any attention. I don't watch any CNBC. I don't even, I don't get political. I don't care. I don't know. It's just funny. Now some people are very good at trading fundamentals and things like that. I personally, as a scalper, if I'm, and also long-term investing, I just look at time in the market is worth more than timing the market. So, just when it comes to investing, it's just, I just keep putting more in an investment account and letting it ride. You know what I'm saying? Corey, the phone trader in the house. What is up? Guys, yeah, so Terry and Tom were talking about a little bit earlier about the promotions. So make sure you are doing this right here, guys. Following all our socials on MyFundedFutures TV, MyFundedFutures, YouTube, Discord, Reddit, TikTok, Instagram, all that good stuff, X as well. Maybe we can get Tom to do some dances on TikTok. That's kind of if not, then we can get Myth, and I know Myth will do it. We know Myth will do it. But yeah, make sure you guys are following that. All right, so watching the market here. I'm currently up $1,207 on this MyFundedFutures rapid eval. That was from last night's stream, and then a few trades after I got off stream last night. So last night I felt like the price action was pretty good off the inside bars, outside bars, things like that. We had some nice movement with the gap down. You can see the gap down. Obviously that got filled really quickly on that. I'm imagining a tweet candle. And so yeah, that's what we got going on. And right now I am looking for an inside bar or an outside bar or something. Right now, price action is a little tricky in my opinion. We are floating higher, heading to that 25,000 zone. Let's take a look at gold. All right, we've got gold here pulled up. Gold also trying to push higher from the open. CL, your oil obviously dropped down. So this is obviously related to the you know, the war stuff, the, you know, oil, all that good stuff. So let's see if we can get a scalp in. If we don't see anything, that's perfectly fine. Now 50% consistency. So $300 is what I need to make for 300% consistency. I mean, 50% consistency. So another $300 to hit that max. I don't want to risk a whole lot of what I have in the account. One of the things I like to do is, especially on funded account, is if I'm trying to push a day, like if I try to push this up to 1,500, if I give back half of it, so if I get back down to $600, then you know, that's a good time to call it quits, you know, because that usually leads to, you know, over trading and then trying to get back to that high watermark. Now it's not always easy. Not always easy, and I fall victim to it as well. But that is a nice little rule if you throw that into your book of rules. If you're someone that likes to push your accounts, especially the end-of-day accounts, where like, okay, if I'm up on the day, I really want to push it, so I'm not willing to give back 50% of that high watermark, and then you end the day still green and all is good, right? So I'm kind of breaking this little flag pattern, this little trend line to the downside. I don't know, guys. I'm telling you, I'm looking at this price action at the moment, and I'm thinking this is tricky. We're right inside this data news candle, so right in the middle. Maybe we get an inside bar to sling. Maybe look for 20 points, maybe 10-point scalp, something. I think I'm going to switch to about 3 micros. That way if we see something. So how's everyone else doing? How you guys doing in the chat? What's happening with you guys? You guys, so not financial advice or anything, but if you guys are picking up any accounts, use code YouTube. This could be a good day if the volatility continues to make some progress on some evals. You know what I'm saying? So congrats, we got some winners in the house. See pinned to the chat, top of the chat, Cameron Fisher, Ichimoko, Claire Rec, Eco, Parisha Trades. Are you present? Let's go. Congratulations. If you have any questions for me, guys, feel free to throw it into the chat. Little inside bar on a 2-minute. Take a look at ES. Maybe try a little scalp with the ES. I'm just watching the charts here. Sorry. I'm going to try a long here on ES. Stops 250 away. Let's see if we can hold that low. 6666 25 is my stop. A little long here. We broke this inside bar to the upside. Stops just below it. Risking 275. So basically, if I try 2 of these trades and I lose $600, then I'm done. I don't really want to trade, and That way I can live the fight another day. But if I hit this trade, then I'll be up my consistency right here. So we're right at that 1500. See if we can get that little push. Come on, ES, get up there. One time. Looking for 300 bucks for this consistency. 1500 bucks. It's trying. Little 2-minute inside bar play on ES. Come on. Come on. $66.74 here. Had a nice $200 right there, but getting greedy, trying to go for that 300 to get that 1500 bucks. One mini. Bear flagging too. I don't like that. You see the bear flag going on? See, I'm trying to talk myself out of this trade, but got the bear flag going on. Just need a little bit of a pop. Which time frame is the best inside bar to take a trade, P-Long? I love the 5 minutes. There it is. Bang. We'll take it. 1,490 bucks, $300 off the ES. So yeah, so I'll answer that question, P-Long. I love the 5-minute chart. That is my bread and butter. 5-minute inside bars on NQ. That is where it's at. Now, I do love scalping recently. This is something very recent. I ended up throwing on the 2-minute chart. And yeah, W is in the chat, guys. 300 bucks. So I do like scalping the ES 2-minute chart inside bars. So I've been experimenting a little bit with this. You can see right through here, it worked really well. Works well through here, and just looking for scalps, right? ES 2-minute inside bars. That's it. As far as inside bars, my normal bread and butter, it's NQ inside bars on the 5-minute chart. So how many points am I going for, MNQ? Nothing set in stone. I don't really like on that. In that case right now, I just needed to get that 50%. So in that case, I was looking for 300 bucks. You know, I got a little lucky where I got in on a pullback. So that's always a bonus. So when you're kind of late to the party, you can get it back into the pullback and wait for that cheap trade where the stop can go just below. You know, those are always the best. Now, a lot of people that, and then what I'll do is I'll trail my stop, or try to trail my stop and see what the market is going to give me. But there's really no set in stone when it comes to that ES trade. Now, the first inside bar on the 5-minute, I usually look for about 20 points. So the very first one of the session, I usually look for about 20. So if you guys took it with me last week when we were streaming, we took the first 5-minute inside bar during the New York session, right? And it just happened to come or show up during this stream, this segment. And we took it, and I took 20 points, and that was it. Sometimes it's a negative R&R trade, which is, and there's nothing wrong with negative R&R trades, guys. I'm telling you, like if you get too stuck on the 3-to-1s, the 2-to-1s, things like that, unless you have a very systematic type of trades, then you know you can trade negative R&R and still be a profitable trader. So you know, don't get totally stuck on that, especially if you're a scalper. If you're someone that takes a very systematic trade, like you know, Ash's unicorn or something like that, where he's looking for a 3-to-1, 2-to-1, or whatever, you know, then yeah, that's part of the system. But if you're a scalper, sometimes you see money, you take money, depending on the market. Now that comes with experience, obviously. But oftentimes, like if I'm trading discretionary, if I have account, you know, some of the longer accounts that I've had in the past where it comes to funded accounts, it's been 2-3 months. I'll be fully transparent. I've never gotten over 4 payouts on one account. That's something I'm definitely working on. I mean, that's something we all want to work on, is being more consistent and holding on to our funded accounts longer. But I have gotten 4 payouts on one account a few times and gotten to that 4th now. And when I look at the statistics of those particular accounts, there's a few things that are in common. One is keeping a daily loss limit. So I used to set this like a $500-$600 daily loss limit. And if I hit it, then so be it. Then I was done on that account for the day. That was key, number one. The second was really like most of the times it was a discretionary type trading. And I would look for like 1 to 3 trades a day. And if I hit a base hit, you know, $200 to $500, I was done, which is nice too, because if you keep that daily loss limit around $500-$600, and you know that most of your winning days are around, you know, $500 to $600, then it's okay, because the next day you could come back and you're just going to make up for that day from before. But anyways, what I was getting to was that normally my trades are anywhere between 60 to 70% win rate, and I'm usually right around a 1-to-1 anyway. So some of my trades tend to be, you know, I'll catch 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 points sometimes. And then sometimes I'll end up catching, you know, 10 points, 5 points. You know, it's just, that's kind of how you have to, that's kind of how I trade, not how you have to trade, but that's kind of how I trade when I look for scalps. Sometimes the market's going to give you 50, 60 points. Sometimes if this market started to push down and all of a sudden, and you had some momentum, I'm going to go, well, I'm going to target the low of this news candle, you know, down there at that 23,890 area, you know, and so, you know, you're looking for a couple hundred points. That's how I trade. I you know, so anyways, that was kind of a long-winded answer, but if anyone has any more questions, so we are kind of done on the day as far as trading. We nailed that banger ES trade for a nice $300. So 671.75 to 677.50, which is a beautiful ES scalp. And not too often you're going to see me take ES trades, but like I said, guys, when I started this segment, every single day I'm going to try to get a trade in for you guys. And right now we have been banging off here on MyFundedFutures TV. So make sure you join me every single day here at 10 a.m. And, well, you might as well just, if you join us early in the morning with Tom and Terry, but then stay for me at 10 a.m. and then obviously the rest of the stream. So we have a lot of good traders coming on. And right now we are pushing up here in the NQ. This is one of the things that I've been practicing right here, is this fair value gap. Vinay, fair value gap, something I threw in my chart last week just for fun, just to see what would happen. And turns out a lot of my subscribers, my little pine cones, have been trading it off the 2-minute NQ chart or MNQ chart and just looking for these little supports and resistance off these fair value gaps. And you can see you get these instant reactions sometimes off these levels. And what it does is it prints these lines 50% of a 2-minute fair value gap. And they've been scalping off it. And you can see right now we're getting a reaction from a candle that was at, you know, hours ago on a 2-minute chart. So the little fair value gap, 2-minute. There's obviously some sort of algos or something using these, and they've been getting nice scalps off it. So I've been trying it. I've been doing it at night during Globex, and I've been looking for 5 points with 1 mini, you know, looking for $100, maybe a little more. Right now, that was a quick 10 points off that. You can nail 10 points every single day, get $200, risking, and, you know, say $200, 250, 300. You do that over and over and over again. every single day, you will get to a payout. I'm telling you, take those base hits. You in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, next thing you know, you're getting a payout. And then you do that, start doing that every single month, and then you won't even miss a payout month. I'm talking with a slur today. I don't know what's going on. Must be this throat coat tea. Let's go. What's up? What's up? How to enter the giveaway for Reddit. Yeah, so the link's right there in the chat. Thank you, Abhishek. What's going on, Abhishek? Let's give it up for Abhishek. I think the mods don't get enough credit. I cannot sit there and read the chat all day long. I would be exhausted. So, that's a lot of reading. Let's give it up for Abhishek in the chat. Shout out. And all the other people behind the scenes. We got Magnus too, MyFundedFutures. I think is behind the MyFundedFutures prop. So let's give it up. Give it up. Keegan says the mods. Let's go. Guys, got any questions for me? Feel free to ask in the chat. How you guys doing? How was you guys' weekend? I want to know. How was you guys' weekend? Look at this reaction here off this line. If you guys are interested in that, like I said, I'm throwing it up here. This is not something that I have practiced too much. I'm still trading my inside bars, all that stuff, but Finet fair value gap. So throw that in your chart. Take a look. Look at these nice little scalps off it. That was a good 13, 14 points for a scalp. Even on a kind of, we're breaking out here and pushing higher. So even on a bit of a bullish market as of right now, it had that nice scalp reaction off that level. So I just tuned back into my long. So no, I am not long anymore. I scalped out. So I scalped out for $300 and hit 50%. So no sense of trying to make an extra $10, guys. No sense of trying to make an extra $10. I really want to get this rapid account passed. That way we get to the funded stage, and then we try again to maybe get some daily payouts live on stream, right? So that's kind of my goal. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But that's my goal. None today, Shahid. Globex Asia was better than this, way more. Yeah, last night's action was nice, guys. If you little plug, if you guys haven't joined me, I trade every single Globex, so please join me then. It's just before SK comes on, so I stream usually 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern time, Globex every single night, and then SK comes on from MyFundedFutures TV. So it's a nice little segue. If you guys are looking for someone to watch, I am on every single morning. I mean, every single night, and then every single morning here. So guess Pine Tree's gonna have daily money. You're gonna try to get those daily payouts. Yeah, you guys. If you guys have followed me for a while, you guys know I love them daily payouts. So I've talked about this a lot, but I've gotten I've been doing pretty well this year as far as payouts go. My expenses versus my payouts are I'm doing really good, really net profitable, really doing really well. One of the things that I like to do is while you're building up some of the accounts, like a pro account or things like that, is having a daily payout account where I can push the button and get paid every single day. So if I get paid every single day, whether it's $150, $200 or more, I can take my time with my other accounts, like a pro account where you don't need to trade it. You just need to trade it like once a week and build that up and get paid out every 14 days. You don't have to trade it every single day. Now, a daily payout account, I'll use that account to push the button. So I'll push the button. If the market's giving me some great opportunity, I'm going to just, take that chance and get paid every single day. And that's what I like to do while you're building up your other accounts, like your MyFundedFutures Flex account, like your pro accounts, where you're building it up to a bigger payout. You can take those little base hits on those accounts, but also look for those little daily payouts and get paid every day. So that's I'm a big believer in that. That's how I like to play my prop game. I don't like to hamster wheel accounts. You know, I try not to. Like, sometimes it happens where I lose my funded accounts. Like a few days ago, I ended up not having a good day, right? And ended up losing a bunch of accounts. So now I'm in a rebuilding phase, which is why you see me working on this MyFundedFutures Rapid. So, but yeah, just having a few of those, getting those daily payouts, and then having a few other accounts, because you can have, if you have 50K accounts, you can have up to 5 MyFundedFutures, and then slowly work on those accounts to get to those bigger payouts. And then next thing you know, you're like, you don't really care about getting to those, you know, the bigger payouts, you know, as far as like trying to get over the buffer or trading those, you know, getting those 5 days of $150 or more, or, you know, any of that stuff, or a pro account where you can take a payout every 14 days and really build that account, and then hopefully get to the live stage. You can just take your time with those and then just focus on, you know, getting daily payouts. So that way you feel like you get money in the bank, and then you're putting money in your bank account every single day. It's a good feeling, right? Because I think as the humans, as the human race, we feel like when we go to work, we want to get paid. And that's why we rush our accounts all the time. And, you know, you don't really need to do that. And you shouldn't do that when you're trading your trading accounts, because, you know, sometimes we don't get paid every day. Sometimes we're going to have to take a loser and walk away from that losing day. So not too many professions where you actually go to work and then lose money, right? And with trading, that is the case, and it will be the case. You will have a losing day. You will have a losing trade. It's inevitable. You just have, it's what you do after that. So guys, we got a poll in the chat. Do we like the price action, or do we dislike the price action? Right now, I am not really liking this price action. We are grinding higher, which is perfectly fine. On the 5-minute chart, if you guys are just tuning in, we took our trade here, little scalp. We are 50% consistency. Let's try to get this account passed. Hopefully I can get this account passed this week some point. I need another, what, $1,100. I trade my evals pretty aggressively. I usually trade minis. If I see a nice trade, I'll trade, you know, throw on that mini. But besides that, explain today's trade. Sure, Trading Gems. Very, very simple. 2-minute chart, ES, inside bar break. Now, we had this 2-minute inside bar. The body and the wick is in the body and the wick of the previous candle. And I simply saw the break to the upside. So the break was to the upside. I happened to get a little lucky. Got in on a pullback. Stop went right below. So it went below this candle's wick here. This 5-minute, I mean, this 2-minute. And I was simply looking for $300 to get consistency, to stay under the 50% consistency. Now, in hindsight, obviously, it ripped off this level in hindsight, but I didn't know what it was going to do. I mean, it went up 25 points on ES since this inside bar break. You can see right here, another, like I said, sometimes these can be negative R&R trades, which is perfectly fine, but you can kind of take your money and leave. So in this case, this went up 8 points off the ES, off this inside bar break. Take your money and leave. Like I tell you guys, $200 to $500 every single day, base hits. That's all you need. You copy trade that across 5 accounts. That's a nice day. Nice day. You don't, you know, to me, no sense of trading any more than that. You do that over and over and over again, and you're going to find yourself getting to that payout. My very first payout, that's exactly what I did. I was on vacation. I've talked about this before. MyFundedFutures made a tweet about it. But yeah, I mean, I was on vacation. I took those base hits. I was on vacation. I didn't want to trade all day. I took 1 or 2 trades and I was done. That's how I got my very first payout. And I said, oh, there's something to this. Every single time I'm making 10, 20, 30 trades in a day on a single account, those are the days that I'm usually on tilt. Those are the days that I'm about ready to blow up, right? So anyways, guys, we have Leo in the house here. So thank you guys for being here. I'll see you guys tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern time on my stream, but I'll see you guys tomorrow here on MyFundedFutures TV, guys. Give it up for Leo. See you guys. Peace.
Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? Hope you're doing all fantastic. Happy Monday, actually. Instead of a happy Tuesday, it is a happy Monday for today. Switching up the segment a little bit here. So give me just a sec. Alrighty. There we are. Alrighty. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Or Leo Tree. Apparently it was Leo Tree, man. What can I say? Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Happy Monday to the MyFunded folks here. Lion, good morning, good morning, good morning. Leo looks older today. Haha. I think it's probably the haircut. Got a haircut today. So that's what we're messing with at the moment. So good morning, everybody. It's good to know that damn Leo just like Pine. I know. It's crazy, right? I kind of look like him, don't I? Good morning, though. Happy Monday. I got scared Leo changed. You guys are funny. Good thing I did. Oh, thank you, Pine, for that segment. Once again, Pine always dropping some fantastic knowledge. So make sure you guys check him out. Support Pine as much as possible. He's trading Globex and every single day with MyFundedFutures during these segments, guys, in the morning. So if you haven't already, be sure to check him out. Absolutely legend in the trading, especially when it comes to his style of trading and risk management. Definitely some really good transparency on his end as well when it comes to his general trading. So make sure you guys check him out. But anyways, happy Monday, everybody. As we know, and as I'm sure everybody on every segment has said so far, this was an interesting morning, right? We did completely have about an 872-point move in under 9 minutes. We had an 872-point move in under 9 minutes pre-New York game session. So for myself, guys, what do you think that tells me as a trader? I'm very curious to know. Chat, if I say we had an 872-point move in under 9 minutes pre-New York game session, how do you think me as a trader approaches that? How do you approach that as a trader? I'm very curious to know, chat. What do you guys think? Are you guys getting involved with market? Are you not getting involved with market? What's the general verdict for you guys? Right? Shorted, interesting. If I see an 872-point move pre-New York game session, for me, that becomes the number one reason why I need to step away from markets for the day. For myself, I am not interested in trading this price action if we are not getting a clear entry signature. Reason being is because 872 points, typically within market days, we see movements of around 200 to 400 points. So seeing an nearly 1,000-point move, and not even 1,000-point move within a daily time frame, I'm talking 1,000-point move within under a 10-minute time frame. The time it would take you to make your breakfast and sit down at the breakfast table and pick up a spoon and start eating your oatmeal or whatever you're having for breakfast, market has already moved nearly 1,000 points, right? We've literally moved per NASDAQ mini like $16,000 per mini, right? So for myself, this is an opportunity for me to step away from markets and instead read where price action exactly is going to go. So for myself, I actually am currently tradeless on the day personally. I did end up taking one short signature today by using the Edgeful IB high. I took a super small options trade short on GLD here, hoping for this 25% retracement. Literally made like 11% profit on the options contract and called it quits on that. And then as of right now, I'm completely flat on the day. I took a really nice win on NASDAQ shorts last night during Asia session. And other than that, I've honestly just been completely flat on the day. Yo, Leo, what's up? OM, how's it going? W, Zyzo, how's it going? Cool down time, right? That's a good way to perceive it. This should be considered a cool down time for all of you, right? This is an opportunity where you step away from markets as a whole, realize where exactly can we identify trend going. This is when you pay attention more to that higher time frame picture, where you pay more attention to where institutions want to accumulate price and then send price to. Because the fact that, you know, off of literally one singular tweet, we moved nearly 1,000 points. Now, just zooming out here on the 1 minute or the 3 minute time frame, what exactly do we see? This is just a mass consolidation forming. We just have a very tight range accumulation forming. And so eventually, what are institutions going to need to do? Institutions are going to need to manipulate this price before we then see an expansion higher or a retracement into these major imbalances, because this price action, especially on the 3 minute time frame, these are some major fair value gaps that formed on the 3 minute time frame. We have this fair value as well as the fair value that closed at the 709. So for myself, when we look at these type of markets and we look at this type of movement, this is exactly the opportunity that you stay hands off, because already moving this much, institutions now want to recollect orders before they send price in a said direction. And so there's no reason to get involved actively in markets when you've already had such a large move occur. So just want to be transparent with you guys there. That for myself, I'm completely hands off on the day when it comes to these type of trades. Like, I'm currently not taking anything at the moment. I'm not super inclined to want to look at market as a whole right now, just because obviously indices moved super aggressively. Kind of the same framework here with commodities as well. We had a very aggressive move with commodities, and commodities are just continuing higher alongside this trend, showing more relative strength in indices at the moment. We saw that NASDAQ was consolidating a bit, but gold and silver here on the other hand are actually showcasing a decent continuation sequence higher. So not even on evals, it depends, right? For myself, I mean, I'm currently not actively trading any evals. I've got just my accounts that are funded and also my personal. And so for myself, it's what I'm just hands off, right? If I was in evals, you know, maybe I would take a trade. I would take a lot lighter size though. There's not really any reason why you should be trading higher size, especially on a day like today, because you're not trading price action that's worth giving proper size, right? So I'm less keen on that. Also, MyFunded did just drop a MyFundedTV form in chat, so make sure you guys do fill that out. Wife ? Interesting. Whoever took that good move, consider yourself lucky and try keeping those profits and not losing it. These moves rarely come. Exactly, Sheed. Exactly, right? Filled out the form. We got everybody filling them out. Right, so as of right now, currently what I'm looking to see now is just a continuation sequence here on commodities. The one thing I liked about commodities from this AM session was the fact that we did form this major fair value gap here during the C1 movement. C2 formed the sweep, retraced into this fair value and respected it. And so long signatures this morning after the closure above the 60 were definitely the cleanest when it came to price. Clear draw on liquidity here. We had the 715 high that led to this sequence. Since then, it's just been honestly retracement into more imbalances and then a continuation sequence. So less keen on what I'm seeing right now in terms of price movement, but just kind of gonna see what exactly market decides to do here. We did just fill the gap fill here on GLD as well. We had a high data percentage for this as well. So honestly, nice long signature for GLD gap fill plus in general price movement there. So anyways, though, how is everybody's weekend? How's everybody's Monday going so far? I know it's been a bit of a crazy Monday so far in terms of PA, but I'm just curious to know, how's everybody doing? Are we being responsible traders? Are we making ourselves proud? Are we following a defined entry model, a defined risk model? What's kind of the verdict with everybody in chat? I'm very curious to know how everybody's doing on this Monday morning today. Can you explain last evening trade at market open? You mean like the winning trade that I took last night during Asia session? I'll definitely go through that in just a sec. If you guys would be interested, let me know in chat. I'd love to go through that trade with you guys. Today's being productive, less screen time, start a gym, clean room. There you go, Sheed. Yeah, it's a good way. Get yourself involved in other sides outside of market. 100%. Traveling to Zurich. Zurich is super sweet. I love Zurich. Let's please the one on NQ, which was short. Yeah, of course, guys. We can go through that with you. So we'll go through the NASDAQ trade with you guys here. We'll do a quick little recap here on the 1 minute. was a lower probability trade. Wasn't like my highest probability trade, to be so frank with you guys, but still a trade I did end up taking with some decent size. NASDAQ last night, we obviously formed a major gap down here on the Sunday weekly open here. That led to a slight bullish move. After this bullish move, we just had this really wide range accumulation, or this tight range accumulation. We saw market wasn't really giving us any decision. We kind of were just accumulating. Market makers were collecting orders until we saw what exactly happened. Saw this very aggressive pivot in price. So typically when I trade, whether I'm trading continuations or whether I'm trading SMT divergence, one of the major things I like to do is I like to watch for pivots in market. What exactly do I mean? I'm watching to see where price reacts aggressively and where we see shifts in price. So here we had this very nice bearish trend going, right? We formed a higher high, or lower high, lower low, lower high, so on and so forth, right? Out of nowhere, we see that price swept out the previous lows here and formed a very aggressive pivot. AK, we saw liquidity sweep form that led to a very aggressive bullish reaction. Following this flipped trend from a bearish trend into a bullish trend. And so once I see this flip in price occur, now I'm curious to see whether or not this is going to hold more long term, aka will we see a bullish continuation, or B, will we see this as a deep retracement before we then see a bearish continuation signature. And so here we saw with each of these deep retracements, trend was continuing higher until what exactly happened? We formed a major SMT divergence at the highs here with YM on the 1 minute. Not a major because it was the 1 minute time frame, but we did form a relevant SMT at these highs with YM. Following this as well, if we're just using the 1 minute analysis, the 1 minute aligns with the 15-minute time frame. And so here we'll just map this out. So first and foremost, we have this first vertical line. That's the 8 o'clock open. This is the first 15-minute candle. This 15-minute closes in this next one, and then we'll get the next 15-minute, which is the 8:30, all within a 30-minute period. So we form the 8 to 8:15, where we see this manipulation occur and this bullish trend continues higher. Following the next 15-minute, what does the next 15-minute candle do? The next 15-minute ends up sweeping this fair value, respecting it, closing back above. But once we close back above this fair value, what exactly occurs now? Well, with this manipulation, we manipulate the high of the previous 15-minute candle. So when we're using 15-minute and 1 minute alignment, we want to see a sweep out of the previous higher time frame high, which would be the previous 15-minute high. Once we sweep out this previous 15-minute high, we form an SMT divergence with YM, where we see NASDAQ form the higher high. YM, on the other hand, formed a lower high. So NASDAQ in this example was the manipulated asset in this SMT divergence. YM was the leading asset in this SMT divergence. And so all I wanted to see, if price were to invalidate this SMT divergence, we would have seen YM continue higher and create a higher high and remove the SMT at these highs. However, that was not the case. And instead of forming a higher high, YM ended up continuing aggressively lower with NASDAQ as well. And NASDAQ reclosed above the 15-minute high that it swept. That's a nice thing about manipulations as well. If you want to see validation of manipulations occur, most of the time you want to look for an SMT divergence. And when an SMT divergence forms, see a sweep out or a manipulation of the previous higher time frame high that then we see price close back into the range of the previous 15. So here we see the 15-minute high is marked with this X on the line. Price then traces back into this 15-minute time frame here, where we see we finally close back into the previous 15-minute range. Then what do we do to confirm this? Well, SMT divergence is literally just a hypothesis until we confirm it with what? I say this on every stream segment. SMT divergence is only a hypothesis until we confirm it with a market structure shift, aka a confirmation of a market structure shift. And one of the most likely forms of a market structure shift confirmation is none other than a change in state of delivery. So here we see a closure below this change in state of delivery at the 8:31 candle, which is where I ended up taking the end of this 1 minute. I took a market order entry with my stop at the protected high, and I targeted a 1.5R, which was the relevant low, aka the manipulated low. This ended up playing out beautifully. As we see, once price swept out that low, we just consolidated and then trend continued higher. But this, in my eyes, even though it wasn't the most ideal, like high probability, it wasn't the highest probability, because typically when I look for SMTs in manipulations, I like to see SMT within a gap fill form But the reason why I liked it is we had a lot of resistance near the 50% of this new weekly opening gap that formed. And so we ended up getting confirmed with this SMT, even though it wasn't an SMT within a relevant fair value gap. It was an SMT within the new weekly opening gap, which is also considered a gap or a gap in price. So that was the NASDAQ trade that I ended up taking. And this is the frame of trading I do, or the type of trading I do quite often, is I utilize this SMT divergence. I utilize these change in states of deliveries to identify where true market wants to move. And so, yeah, that was honestly the NASDAQ trade. And as of right now, once again, guys, we are just seeing a chop fest of price action occur here. So I'm not too keen on this, to be frank with all of you. So that was the NASDAQ trade. W trade, I appreciate it. I like to look for gaps and manipulations. Definitely. Gaps and manipulations will help a lot. If you also take the extra 15 seconds to scout SMT divergence within gap fills, you'll see some good probability in those setups as well. So here on the 1 minute, we see that we manipulated the previous highs here, and now we're seeing a short signature form during candle 3. We just opened up the new candle 4. But once again, if we just look at this trend, it is like we're still within this range. We're still within this manipulated range here. This is the news range that formed, the tweet news. And so the fact that we're just consolidating in this, if I want to properly engage in market right now, the following thing would need to happen. I would need to see a sweep out of the, I'm going to consider these data highs. Even though it's not technically data highs, we'll consider this data highs. But I would want to either see a sweep out of this high that leads to a bearish continuation signature lower or a bearish reversal lower, or I'd want to see market manipulate some type of range within this accumulation. So here, if we consider this accumulation, this is kind of our accumulation range right now. If we can manipulate the low, aka the 8 o'clock low, then I could see myself getting engaged with market. But at the moment, I'm really not keen on it, considering that price is being very non-aggressive at the moment. So congrats to all the winners, by the way. Congratulations to all the winners. So yeah, that's currently what I'm expecting with market for today. So not a lot of engagement from me, to be so frank with all of you, but that's what's happening. That's exactly what's happening. So yeah, that's kind of that's what I'm looking at right now. No super big engagement at the moment for me. GC and silver as well. Not a lot of crazy price action that I'm seeing occur, to be so honest with all of you. But regardless, this is what we're looking at. So yeah, we're just waiting here. We're going to be patient with market. Let's go, Abby. Abby's on it, dude. Congratulations, everybody. MyFunded is on it today with the giveaways. Also, we had 60,000 last week, was it? Now we're at 62,600 subscribers on MyFunded. So pretty cool if you ask me. I'm a fan of what I'm seeing. I'm a fan of what I'm seeing. Yeah, so at the moment here, looks like, yeah, price still continuing higher on NASDAQ here. Looks like price definitely wants to make its way into the 712 highs. That's where I'm anticipating price to move. It's a bit of a slow chop up, which I know Pine did mention on his segment as well there, but definitely what we're looking at right now is going to be a slow grind up into the 712 AM high. Yeah, if you guys have any questions in chat, anything at all, if you guys want me to review an asset live with all of you as well, this is what I'm here for, man. I'm here to trade live in front of all of you and also provide some quality education to everybody. So if you guys have any questions in regards to markets, don't hesitate to ask. We have a good question in chat here. Leo, do you ever feel or used to feel like giving up? Which I think is an incredibly good question to ask, and I'm sure this is a question that a lot of full-time traders can ask. 100%. Those of you that don't know, I've been trading since 2019. So for quite a few years now. And I absolutely have felt like giving up on trading, because you hit points in markets where, like, you know a little bit of technical analysis, but you don't know how to properly have the psychological discipline to stay consistent with risk. So blowing accounts, blowing personal profits on options trades. There's been many times that I wanted to give up. But the reality is the reason why the 99% fail is because they give up, right? And one of my favorite quotes of all time that I've heard, right, and I'm sure many of you have heard this as well, is if you never give up, you never fail. And I genuinely love that. It's such a simple quote, but it's true, right? If you're consistent in markets and you keep failing, but you're spending the time and the energy to improve yourself as an individual, you're improving your risk management, you're improving your entry model, you're improving, filtering out when you do and when you don't want to trade. The reality is you only fail when you stop trying. And it's the reality, right? Failure is what leads to success. It's what leads to success in markets, athletics, day-to-day life, activities, hobbies, goals, interests, whatever it might be. Failure is what leads to success at the end of the day. And if you fail, it's because you stopped trying, right? If you continue to fail or you're no longer engaged in markets, it's because you did not continue to try. And that is something that I remember when I was first really getting into trading. It's probably like about a year or two after I got into trading that somebody had mentioned to me is, they were a full-time trader, and I asked them exactly that question. I was like, have you ever feel like giving up? Like, what was the reason why, you kept going? And he was like, well, the reason why I kept going is because I had a fear of failing. And he's like, it's not that I was afraid of failing. He was like, I was afraid of being a failure, and being a failure only came from stopping what I wanted to achieve. And that for me was one of the honestly best quotes, right? Feels like a do or die, kind of, right? 100%. 100%. The world fail means first action and learning. Exactly. I love that. That's super good. Yeah, buddy, lightweight. Right? So that's just a quote I think a lot of you traders in chat here should take into the soul, right? Is the fact that if you never stop trying, you never truly fail. Because it's true. Right? If you're consistently getting engaged with markets and you're blowing accounts, but you're spending the time and the energy to realize why you're blowing these accounts, why you're failing, and actually spending that energy to improve, you're pushing yourself in the direction of success. But the reason why the 99% fail is because they just give up. Oh, I've lost too much money. Oh, I don't understand markets. Oh, markets are always against me. Hold yourself accountable. The only reason why you are not profitable is because you are not holding yourself accountable. This goes with trading. This goes with daily life. This goes with your own work, your own sports, your own life, your own trading habits, right? At the end of the day, market is just moving because of algorithms. So you as a trader are responsible for holding yourself accountable, both on the technical side, the emotional side, and quote unquote, the psychology side of trading. Can you not hold yourself accountable? Well, don't expect to be a profitable trader, maybe short term, but the reality is if you cannot hold yourself accountable, you do not deserve to be profitable in markets. That is the reality of life. I don't care if this is trading or your 9-to-5 job or even the most generic hobby of yours. If you are constantly finding a reason to blame anything but yourself, the reality is 99% of your decisions come from you as an individual. You have 100% control over your life. And so if you are not holding yourself accountable, don't just sit and expect market to somehow start playing price action in your favor. Oh, I'm taking so many stupid scalp trades, but for some reason I'm ending up green on the day. Sorry, but the reality is that's not going to stay the case forever, right? Market's not always going to present good scalping opportunities. Market's not always going to present A+ trading opportunities. But you as an individual can keep yourself accountable. You can hold yourself accountable. That's something that can always stay consistent in your life. Even if market is not actively consistent, you as an individual can hold yourself accountable and keep yourself consistent on a day-to-day basis. And so seriously, the reason why, if you are looking and you are on this stream right now and you are like, dang, dude, I need to become a profitable trader, and you don't know where to start, it starts with accountability. It starts 1000% with accountability. So, and that is 100% better than any trading strategy, because markets especially, and Pine mentioned this in his last segment, and I absolutely love that he said this. Trading is literally one of the only jobs in the world that you wake up and you hop on the charts and you can lose money. Trading is one of the only jobs in the world that you can wake up and lose money on the day, right? And so the reality is, if you cannot hold yourself consistent, if you cannot hold yourself accountable, if you cannot wake up and realize that that is a risk of the job, you can't become a real trader. There's no possible way you can become a real trader if you're lost or you're confused or you can't hold yourself accountable on a day-to-day basis, right? Accountability is what leads to success inside of the charts, outside of the charts. Oh, how come I'm not getting bigger in the gym? Are you staying consistent with your protein intake? Are you eating well? Are you lifting enough weight? Are you really like staying consistent? Or are you going to the gym once every 3 weeks and saying, where's my six pack? Right? It's the same way of saying, if I'm showing up to market every day, but I'm taking a stupid trade, where's my payout? Well, the reality is you're not getting a payout because you're not holding yourself accountable. Anyways, guys, bit of a side tangent there. I know we went a little off track, but I feel strongly on this because I've been in a lot of the positions that a lot of you are facing. Leo, there are professional gamblers who can lose money too. Exactly, right? So if you haven't already, by the way, like the stream, guys. We're just in a really choppy market right now, so I'm not super keen on trading. So instead, I want to answer questions on psychology with all of you. But do we all agree with what I'm saying, though? Obby is on it, dude, with the 50K, everything, man. Legend. We have the 50K rapid plan, $97, 38% discount, by the way. So, guys, I'm not going to trade this price action. It's consolidating, right? There's no true movement in market. Market makers are just accumulating orders. So for myself, I'm not a fan of wanting to trade this. And going right back to our accountability, I'm holding myself accountable. If I were to take a trade right now and I were to lose a trade, whose fault is it? It's my fault. Why? I've already mentioned that markets don't look clean. Markets have very consolidating, very non-rangy PA, right? We're kind of just barcoding right now. If I look at this barcoding price action and I still take a trade, whose fault is it? It's my fault. It's 100% my fault. Leo, in your opinion, what's the number one reason traders can't keep their fundeds? Accountability and consistency. Oversizing, over leveraging. I think oversizing is a big one, and revenge trading. Not knowing when to stop, I think, is the biggest reason. Of all those reasons, not knowing when to stop, which goes in line with accountability. That's the biggest reason people lose their funded and evaluation accounts. 1000%. I know we had some questions in chat, so I'm going through. If you guys had a question from before that I missed, feel free to retype it in chat. I'm going to go through them. How did you go about getting accountable and consistent? Any practical things we could practice on? Thanks, man. Yeah, great question. Pure skill. How did you go about getting accountable and consistent? The reality is showing up to markets, but setting yourself parameters that you actually follow. At the end of the day, the only way you're going to stop trading, the only way you're going to tell yourself when to stop is by actually putting it in place. So putting a daily loss limit, putting a daily profit limit, putting a max amount of trades on the day, 3 trades or 5 trades a day max. It depends on your trading strategy, of course. But for me, I actually started to implement that. Like I had, $300 daily loss limit, and I was trading 1 micro, maxed myself at 3 trades a day maximum. And if I took 3 trades, auto locked out the accounts. Like I actually held myself accountable by setting the risk criteria as an individual to start following that risk and to start following that day-to-day basis. So following that on a day-to-day basis. So yeah, guys, Abby's on it. Let's have some fun chat. Abby's on it. Abby is absolutely on it. I stop when I lose account. Just kidding. I stop myself today. See, sadly, that's the reality of a lot of people. Leo, do you go into each New York Open with a bias, or do you let price? I always go into New York Open with a bias. If I don't have a bias for New York Open, I scout where the nearest external draw or the nearest major draw on liquidity is, and we'll try and frame a bias off of that. Like an example here, pre-New York AM session, we had a 900-point move. So for myself, I'm already walking into the market going like, I'm not going to be interested in trading this price action because price has already moved quite aggressively. And so how do I actually frame that? Well, I frame it by looking at where the draws lie. Okay, well, the most relevant low is this 648 low. The most relevant external high is this 712 AM high. So for myself, even though I don't want to trade, if I were to form a bias during New York AM session, I would want to see price sweep out the relevant high, this external high, aka the 712 AM high. And if we sweep this out, I'll give myself 2 scenarios. If we sweep out this high and we reverse, I'll grab a bearish continuation sequence lower. If we sweep it out, but then continue higher, I'll be hands off on the day. That's how I'm able to frame bias every single day. If higher time frame doesn't present a bias, I move to smaller time frame. Smaller time frame doesn't as well. That means that both aligning time frames are consolidating, or it's just a no trade filter for myself. Then I'm less inclined to want to take a trade. So yeah, like the stream if you guys haven't already, by the way. We've got so many W's in chat. Oh my gosh. Holy cow, you guys are going crazy. 5 more likes, chat. How close are we? Wait, let's see. Oh, dude, we're 14 away from 300. 14 likes away from 300. Let's do it. Chat, let's get it to 300 likes. Bear Trader, what's up? I see you in chat, by the way. I didn't miss you. Love seeing all you consistent folks here on the MyFunded streams. It's very motivating. It makes me excited to see. Let's look at some GC while we're looking at all these W's in chat. Holy cow, you guys are insane. Chat is going absolutely bonkers. Oh my gosh, we got so many. 296 for 4 away, chat. We can do it. 4 likes away for 300 on the segment. We can do it. Heard mentally. Oh my gosh. Rocked people shocked. Oh, you guys are insane. All these W's. Holy cow. We're 2 likes away from 300, chat. Who's going to be the 300 like? Let's go, chat. Smash the like above 290. We can get 300. I think we hit 2. There we go. There's 300. Bang, dude. There we go. 300 likes on the stream. Right? Even in a segment. Oof. Love to hear it. Well, if you guys still have some questions, we're just kind of watching price action now. Watching gold as well here. So if you guys have any questions in regards to markets or anything, don't hesitate to ask me, because your boy would love to answer any of your guys' questions at all. But as of right now, like, once again, I hate to be that guy that says I'm not taking any trades during this segment, but I'm not taking any trades during this segment. Like, if we just see this price action right now, there's really no reason for me to get involved. So I'm less keen on it. Jeez Louise, chat is just all W's right now. I'm looking at my screen. I just have W, 1,000 of them. Well, if you guys have any questions, make sure you actually tag at Leo Invests, my YouTube title. That way it highlights and I can see it. Because chat is moving quite fast right now, so I can't quite see all the questions. I feel like I don't want to buy up here. Yeah, no reason to, right? Literally, look at this 15-minute candle, chat. It was absolutely diabolical here on the C3. 887-point move in less than 15 minutes. Crazy. MyFundedFutures is the best. We're probably at 305 likes now, for all we know. 310. Jeez. Everybody hopped on. Now subscribe only. Slow mode activate. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the move was crazy. So yeah, we're currently hands off. In terms of indices as well, kind of the same framework with indices as well. Not too much happening. The one thing that I do like about indices, not only did we fill the gap, but is also the fact that we have formed almost this reversal signature here. So this 4-hour closure is kind of exactly the framework I want to see. We got a 4-hour sweep into nearly reversal signature. Now we're seeing a C3 expansion. So honestly, what I can anticipate with gold is we'll probably still see price continue higher. I would just want to see a retracement into the upper 50% of the EQ here. So kind of looking for a framework like this on GC. So GC forms here, and then we can get a continuation sequence into this relevant high. This would be what I would be looking for on gold at the moment. If I were to see price move anywhere, it would be this. This is exactly what I would look for. I sat in front of my chart, 15 seconds time frame, so there's a big green candle on my screen. Yeah, don't even blame me. Chat, take a keyboard break. Yeah, that was a bit insane. You guys are nuts. Instead of typing W's, chat, you guys should ask questions. Ask me some questions. Anybody in chat? What are your stream schedule each week? So I switched segments with Ash. So a lot of you might be wondering, why are you involved in the Monday segment today? I'm traveling today at 5 p.m. PST to London. So London and the Netherlands. So Ash is being super kind and taking my Tuesday segment instead. I'm getting emotionless now with my overall relations, friends, family. I don't feel like this type of behavior. The reality is, like, markets going to change you, but you should treat it more on the technical side. Like, markets are going to change you regardless, right? It's going to give you discipline. It's going to teach you a lot about yourself as an individual. But I think isolating from people around you is not a good call, because you need balance in markets. To stay mentally sane in markets, it's a really good idea to have balance. Go out in nature, hang out with friends, hang out with family if you have that opportunity, right? I think there's definitely a need of balance in your life, especially if you want to be around the charts consistently. What did you change to go from failing to being successful outside of being accountable? Did you journal more seriously or backtest? Backtest. The biggest thing, there's literally psychologists that did studies on the world's best Wall Street traders. And one of the craziest things they found is when they would ask them a bunch of questions to get more of like psychological input on how these Wall Street traders were trading. And then the psychologist, this is a true thing. I have to find the reading and I'll send it in chat at some point. But the psychologist then asked these Wall Street traders that trade, you know, millions of dollars of size. And they go, why did you enter the trade? And 99.9% or whatever it was, like every single one of them could give you the entire process as to why they entered the trade. But at the end of the day, their experience in charts, their experience in markets built an intuition in their brain as to why they were able to enter these trades. And so the reality is, what helped me the most was spending a lot of time on charts, building this market intuition. I've seen these set up 1,000 times. This is what I'm going to trade. Oh, I've seen this type of trade 1,000 different times. This is exactly the type of entry signature I know, right? At the end of the day, spending more time builds more market intuition, which in turn leads to better entries, regardless of how you trade. Spending time on the charts. So Zaza, to be honest, that was exactly what it was just spending more time on the charts for me. That made the biggest difference as a whole. How do you keep up with the same mindset every day? Realizing that I want longevity. That's my biggest thing, right? If you want to be consistent or you want to be successful in something, you want to build it. You want to build it in terms of proper longevity. Right? Nobody wants success short term. Everybody wants reliability and sustainability long term, whether financial or whatever it might be. So for myself, that's definitely why. That's my motivation, is longevity on this. Do you have one setup you look for or multiple? I have about 2 to 3 different setups I look for. Leo, we should meet up in the Netherlands. Chad, that's a good question. Who here's from the Netherlands and who here's from London? Type like a one in chat if you're from London, 2 if you're from the Netherlands. I'm curious to know. Enjoy your trip. I appreciate it. Thank you. We have a couple questions here, so I'm going through. You ready? Yes. Woo. Got another giveaway going. I'm seeing some 3s. I'm from the Netherlands. We should meet up, dude. Are we doing a little My Funded meetup? Yeah, I know we have a lot of us from the USA. I'm just curious to know, because I remember last time we had a stream segment where a lot of you were international. So I'm very curious to know. Yeah, if you guys are there, I'll be posting on I'm sure I'll post on my Instagram or something, you know, where I'm at. So don't be afraid to intercept me. 2, nice. We do have some folks. How many of you are following all of our socials for a chance at grabbing an Easter egg code to save your money on an account? This is true. We do have Easter eggs going around, chat. So as a reminder, MyFunded is doing a really cool thing that on our socials, on all the MyFunded socials, we're hosting Easter eggs for account codes, man. I can't lie, man. You want to save money on an account? We've got some Easter egg discount codes, and they're everywhere. So little heads up to you guys. Pay attention, because even outside of the stream giveaways that we're doing now, we do have these really nice codes going around. Just saying. You got to go find them, but just saying, they could be hidden. So for those of you who are like, dang, I've been really wanting a good discount on an account. Just saying. Join ASAP if you haven't already. 50 seconds to go for the next giveaway. Yeah, chat. As of right now, though, hate to say it, but we are hands off the charts for the morning. Let's see what happens here. Crazy volume. I mean, that's the 11 o'clock open. That's just the 11 o'clock open. It's going to give us a slow grind up to the 712 high. So Only chance I'll be looking for a trade is if we sweep out the 712 high. If not, I'm hands off still. I'll just be completely hands off on the chart. No reason for me to trade that if price action is very unclear. So we're going to wait. We're going to wait and see. Can't keep up. Yeah, we'll see. We're going to sellers. I mean, sellers still aren't aggressive. Sellers are actually still quite weak in market at the moment. Bulls are still definitely taking the cake here in terms of wanting to pull price higher. Like since the New York AM session opened, we've literally just seen a continued bullish move. Like we have not swept out the 930 open yet, the 930 low, all of today. So this has been a very, because look, we had an 892 point move. And then since 930, we've now had a max of around 256 points going us back into that. Right. So still quite aggressive. 256 points is still a decent move, but it's been a very, very slow move, slow grind up into that. Yeah. So sellers at the moment are definitely not as present in market as I would personally like them. So I'm less keen on trading, but let's check out silver. Silver and GC here, kind of just doing their own magic, it seems. No SMT at the lows here. Form the EQ. Silver is continuing higher. I mean, we did have a relevant SMT that formed originally, but yeah, as of right now, it just looks like silver is going to continue higher. GC as well. What's SLV up to? SLV is probably quite low for share value. 63. Oof. Oof. Ouch. SLV is low, low. Yeah, guys, reminder once again for the Easter egg. So make sure you check out the socials because we have a lot of Easter egg codes going around. So for those of you interested in getting account discounts and whatever that might be, would highly recommend checking it out. Yeah, as of right now, commodities are going to continue higher. It seems slow grind, but they'll definitely continue higher. We went from 61. Since 2 o'clock, it's a $9 move on silver, nearly $10 move now. So quite solid if you look at price here. So we'll probably just see a continuation sequence higher in terms of this sweep out because we basically almost formed a reversal candle at the 2 o'clock London session here. So continuation sequence looks more promising in this example. So we'll probably see more of a continuation there. Yeah, and then NASDAQ 11 o'clock open, just retrace into the fair value. We actually did just confirm an 11 o'clock continuation sequence, but this is after C4s. This is a C5 move. I'm less keen on taking this, but typically what I would look for is this retracement. So we formed this fair value, the 1106 then traced into it, and we saw a candle body closure above this 60 here. So this actually validates a continuation. So if I were to, which I'm not taking this since I'm already locked out on the accounts, this is the type of trade I would be taking. Probably take it into this relevant high. Obviously, I'm less keen on taking it. 11 o'clock swept out this. We're seeing some resistance. And also, this is outside of the candle 1 to candle 4 range. But this is kind of what market is doing at the moment. So, keep on waiting. Keep on waiting. So yeah, we're just waiting. We'll see what happens. I'll just honestly keep this up to see if we have anything exactly occur, but yeah, I'm not super keen on it. Keep on waiting, waiting. I guess this can be a little... So any questions in chat, don't hesitate to ask. I know there's not a lot happening right now, so don't be thinking I'm coming out here doing a lot, because I already did mention at the start here, I'm less keen on wanting to take these trades. So we're just waiting now. Playing patient, man. That's the game plan. That is the game plan. Keep on waiting. Yeah, we're just waiting and see. That's going to be an invalidation on this trade as well. So I'm very, very much so hands off on the day. Lots of invalidations, lots of reasons to step away from market and instead just be smart, guys. There's no reason why you shouldn't be smart, you know? See if you have any new questions in chat here that I'm not missing. So far, nothing. We're hanging out, just hanging out with all of you here. Yeah, we hit 310 likes on the stream. I think we're probably 320 now. We are smashing it out the park today in terms of the likes. Guys, I have a question for all of you in chat. When it comes to the MyFunded streams, personally, what are your guys' favorite parts of the MyFunded streams? What is your favorite parts of the MyFunded streams? What gets you excited to be alongside MyFunded on a day-to-day basis and be with all of us and all us traders and all of our segments? I'm very curious to know. What's the verdict in chat? Decent buy op here for sure. Very curious to know your guys' input as to what excites you about these MyFunded streams. Learning from the coaches, yep. With you, the host, and the comment mods, yeah. It makes really the Leo streams. Love to hear that. Love to hear that. That's good. All you guys talking about your experience, it's so different and everyone can find their own. Share what's up and don't sugarcoating anything. Yeah, definitely. Psychology sessions, Matt deep diving into news things, and yeah, chances to give away when learn those accounts. Absolutely. Absolutely. These are great answers, chat. This is cool to see. Knowing I'm not trading by myself. Yeah, that is true. There is a lot of FOMO and also individualism in markets. So that's a very good point as well. Smash the likes. There we go. Ooh, Abby just said in chat, there will be a hidden discount code in short form content. So if you happen to see them when they're uploaded, you can snag a good deal. Just saying, chat. Pay attention. Pay attention. There's lots of stuff to look forward to here. Market tracing lower here, it seems. Invalidation of this sequence, kind of expected, right? Market's rangy right now, so I wasn't expecting that to for sure give me the movement that I wanted. But it's cool to see your guys' input though, because I know some people, they like the MyFunded streams because, you know, the psychology sessions, also the live trading aspect, the technical analysis. There's a lot of different reasons why to like these segments, which is why you guys, and I know we have quite a few users here that are not subscribed to the MyFunded channel. So if you aren't already, we're at 62.7K now. But if you haven't already, be sure to like the stream and subscribe if you haven't already. Regardless if the price action is bad, we're sharing this experience collectively as a crew here. And that's what matters more. So if you haven't already, make sure you guys like the stream and subscribe to MyFunded. I want to see us at 100K soon. We're gaining right now. I mean, even in the weekends, we're gaining like 300 to 1,000 subscribers a week sometimes. So if you guys haven't already, make sure you guys are subscribing. Let's get the channel to 70K here soon. Because as you guys know, the more popularity MyFunded is getting, the more accounts, the more discounts, the more streams you guys are getting, man. It's a pretty good deal if you ask me. It's a pretty good deal. It's a pretty good gig. So yeah, chat. Also, I see a couple comments about my hair. I apologize. We did get a full haircut. Decided to trim it up a bit, so we're all trimmed up. All trimmed up now, chat. Got the haircut. We're chopped up. So yeah, chat. We do have about 10 minutes more on this segment as well. So I want to really just get to your guys' questions, because for me, as I mentioned, I'm hands off for today. So it's going to be more of a psychology and tape reading session for all of you. You know, I want to be able to preach this to every single one, because I know some of you in chat really like when we take trades, and I get messages all the time of like, how come you didn't see this setup? How come you didn't do this? The reality is I want to teach how to be an active trader while also eliminating chances of high risk opportunities, right? At the end of the day, I'm not always going to trade, and I'm not always going to trade in front of you guys, but I will teach you guys how to be a present trader and how to source out whether or not this is a good trade or a bad trading day, right? So I would rather preach good concepts and good psychology than to just trade for the sake of trading for all of you. So education at its finest, right? We're all here to improve. Little short signature forming here on NQ back inside of this fair value. Don't see a lot happening from it, but it's happening regardless. So yeah, that's what we're waiting for. Yeah, well, looks like we're about to inverse this fair value. Nicely said, Leo. I appreciate it. Leo, what do you prefer? Daily payouts with trading daily or disciplined trading and payout every 2 weeks? Me personally, I'm more of a fan of like disciplined trading, because I think you build a lot better habits when you do like longer term payouts. Daily payouts are great, don't get me wrong. Like I love daily payouts myself, especially the MyFunded ones, but I'm more so talking that like I'd say even when you're starting, you tend to build better habits when it takes you a little longer, because you actually knowing that you're staying consistent instead of just scalping one huge price action candle for a daily payout, you know. I asked the question above. If I missed your question, make sure you guys tag at Leo Invests, my full name. That way I'm able to see it, because if not, it gets lost in everybody's questions. Yes, Shahid. Tomorrow's my only chance. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern. All right, so we actually did just inverse this fair value gap here. I'm curious to see what happens. Swept out a previous high. Probably formed an SMT there as well. Let's see. Did we form an SMT? I think we might have actually formed an SMT YM. Active SMT, yeah. Or no SMT. Wait. Yeah, no SMT. Never mind. What about ES? No SMT at these highs. I was hoping we'd see an SMT. That would have been nice. SMT with this inversion fair value gap, but no current SMT. So I'm off. Smash the likes. No SMTs. Yeah, no SMT divergence. All good. We didn't need it anyways, chat, right? We didn't need the SMT divergence anyways, eh? Yeah, look at this. We're about to fail the inversion. This market today is a prime example why you should not be getting involved in markets right now. Like, we are just chopping around. Inversion fair value gap, not anymore. Failed inversion incoming. Using top and bottom of the 4-hour wick. I used the 4-hour wick, Eric. For full 4-hour moves, the wicks are involved for me. When I do 4-hour bias, I always use the wicks included. And I haven't really tried SNR, to be so honest with you, but I use 4-hour for 4-hour profiling. I use daily and 4-hour profiling and trading. And with that, then I do use. How do you make a call? What is a lead instrument when you get an SMT? A lead instrument when I get an SMT is as I've mentioned on my stream segments, SMT is just a hypothesis until you confirm it with a market structure shift. So either a breaker or inversion fair value gap. My most preferred one is if an SMT is present, one asset sweeps, one asset does not sweep. The best way to confirm an SMT is through a market structure shift, like a change in state of delivery. So if you want to confirm an SMT as a true manipulation, you want to see a market structure shift get confirmed. And so for me, a change in state of delivery becomes my primary instrument in confirming an SMT divergence. Exactly, Leo. Glad not having any accounts so I can see this market with clear mind and understand what could happen in such market. Exactly. Like if you're really antsy to trade this market or trade this inversion fair value gap, go on the trading view paper trading, or, you know, the worst, like if you really needed to trade something, hop on an eval, but like don't risk your funded accounts for bad price action. What percent of your drawdown do you risk per trade? So typically it's right now I've built a big enough buffer on my fundeds where it's not really as much of an issue, but when I'm, let's say, fresh new funded 50K, I'll risk about 250 to 300 a trade max. So yeah, because I know my win rate stays within the high 60% most of the time. Obviously we have off months, but high 60%, low 70 sometimes. And so in that case, yeah, I'll do about anywhere between $200 to $300 of risk per trade. So about 10% of the drawdown if you consider a 50K account. So yeah. Yeah. So chat, once again as well, those of you that know, Easter is just around the corner. So MyFundedFutures here is doing some really cool Easter egg batches. What does that entail? We're doing discount codes for accounts and codes in general for MyFunded accounts with these Easter eggs. So on all the social media platforms, on short form, on the streams, whatever it might be, we are hosting little Easter eggs. So if you're interested in getting an account in general, or just, you know, want a potential chance at getting a really nice discount on an account, make sure you guys are staying active on the social medias, because we do have quite a few codes around the Easter time to be presented to all of you. So just a little reminder, but it's good that you guys stay engaged on the Instagram, on the Twitter, on the YouTube, because we do have some really, really cool codes going to be released. Just saying. So, and do you keep the profits controlled 250, 300 as well? Typically, so my typical RR is about 1.5 to 1.7 R. So 1.5 to 1.7 R. So if I'm risking 200, look at this. Oh my gosh, barcoding. Wow. Inverse again, failed inversion into an inverse again. Yeah. For myself, I shoot about 1.5 R. So if I'm doing 200, typically I'm aiming to make 350, 400 on that trade. If I'm risking 300, anywhere from 450 to 500. Or 400 to 500. Depends. WLO. Yeah, next up, so in about 3 minutes here, we have Husk and Myth hopping on. Just saying, guys. So make sure you guys are staying tuned. We'll give them a warm welcome in just a second here. But yeah, once again, chat, seriously, like, I know this segment wasn't super trading intensive, right? I took 0 trades today. I'm currently flat on the day. The only trade I took was from Asia session last night during the Sunday open when I took those NASDAQ shorts. Other than that, I'm completely hands off the charts. And so just want to say it for you guys, but this is the reality of trading. You can ask any trader, any of the MyFunded streamers as well here on their segments. There are days we don't trade. There are a few days we won't trade if an opportunity doesn't present. That's the reality. I know it's really easy on social media to see, oh, but this guy made $10,000 every single day. The reality is that's not the case. That's not the case. There are many days where I have no trades, or I take one small trade and that's it, right? I don't always need to make, $500 or $10,000 a day. I'd rather stay patient and let the patience pay me instead of be impatient and lose my payments. Right? So just want to remind you guys, but that is the reality. Even though we are not trading on these segments all the time, there's a lot of educational value, a lot of psychological value. And in this next segment with Myth and Husk as well, take into account, the market's not presenting the best opportunities today for myself. It might present for another trader, but within my trading methodology, it's not presenting the best. So I'm less keen on it. Right? So just saying, guys, but something to make note of, especially as we move forth with these segments. But we do have Myth and Husk hopping on here in about 50 seconds. So I'll answer one more final question. If you guys have any more questions, feel free to reach out to me personally. DM me, whatever that might be. I'd love to answer any questions you guys have in regards to psychology, consistency, discipline, trading knowledge in general, whether that's actual trading entry signatures, risk management, whatever it might be. So if you guys haven't already, though, feel free to like the stream. It helps us out a lot. MyFunded has the Easter egg segment once again, so it's going to be really cool to see all of you getting your little discount codes with the MyFunded codes going around. So if you haven't already, like the stream, subscribe. We have Myth and Husk hopping on here in about 10 seconds. So anyways, guys, lovely segment once again. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And without further ado, I will see you all next Tuesday for a beautiful Tuesday segment. Much love, everybody. Let's get on Husk and Myth. Bye, everybody. Have a good one.
Vacation last week.
Good morning. What's up, Husk?
Pretty good. Did you enjoy yourself last week? Did you miss the trading?
Did I miss the trading? No.
You know, most people would like to trade. They like to do it over and over. I was trying this little 5-minute breakout back down to the 70s, but may get stopped out here, guys.
Oh, Husk is long and I am short. Let's go.
Oh, no. Oh, did I get long? Oh, that was an accident.
Yeah, you're long over there.
Oh, crap. That was a big mistake. I was looking for the short with you because I like to do the 5-minute breakouts. 30 was kind of my line in the sand here, so we may have to close this because I wanted shorts.
Husk is long, had no idea.
I thought I put on the short because I placed the order. I didn't like enter the trade, so I placed the order. I've been having some issues this morning with some of my accounts, like delayed entries for some reason. I don't know if something's going on with my Ninja this morning or what, because I accidentally went in with 12 micros earlier by accident.
Oh yeah, never press that button more than once.
Yeah, I hit it. And I was like, man, because it's like, did I hit it? Then you look at it, it's like, well, maybe I didn't. I hit it again, and next thing I knew I was in 12. I was like, oh crap.
Well, looks like the short might get wrecked here, so maybe the long's the way to go.
No, I think we push down to 75. I'm going to close this.
My break even's going to be 588.50 if we can get there. And my stop out really is going to be a close back above like 650. So potentially.
Yeah, it's been really tough to trade around that previous day high from Friday. So it's been a very tough session. We're kind of 1 for 1 today. I feel like you were having as much struggles as I was this morning.
Yeah,
with your trades this morning. I don't know exactly what the damage is this morning, but it sounds like you were on the struggle bus a little bit over there.
Yeah, I'm red on for the fundeds, but we're green everywhere else. I mean, the fundeds, I don't know. I took some aggressive entries on them, and then I didn't take the pre-orb. Obviously, it triggered pre-market and paid, but you know, I can't take it pre-market. I got to be a little more disciplined than that. So, but yeah, I mean, we're green on this eval here. We're actually up $300 already. So I'm going to see if we can't get this winning trade here. If not, then we may give, probably risking about $100 of the profits here, to be honest. So
I still feel like we get that 70, 75 push.
Yeah, we'll see kind of how it goes. So guys, if you haven't already, you know what to do. Let's hit the like button. Let's subscribe, all the things. We do appreciate it. Guys, also remember, we do stream on multiple platforms here, X, TikTok, YouTubes. So follow us on all those platforms. MyFundedTV, we do appreciate it. Guys, we kind of pushed below that 66.90 level there on the ES, and exactly what Husk was looking at there on the 5-minute. I was looking at the same thing.
Yeah.
We entered for two different reasons. I entered off a 2-minute inversion. He entered off a 5-minute break of structure there, but it's the same idea. We also have a potential, the 100% win rate, just kidding, M pattern potentially set up here. So we'll see if it plays out.
Yeah, I will enter a short again because, like I said, I was looking for a short below the whole number there because I thought we would get that quick 75 push. That's all I was looking for, is that quick 75 to 60.
Yeah. Also, congrats to Husk. He did have a grandbaby born over the weekend there. Yeah. So I think was that the third one, right?
Yeah.
See, he has 3. I've got none. There you go.
Dude, most of your kids are underage.
They're a little on the younger side. Yeah. His are grown. His are grown. So I tried to get his daughter to name the baby Alan. If you guys don't know, that's my name. But yeah, for whatever reason, she wasn't with that. I'm not quite sure why.
So like Miss said about us streaming on all the different platforms, MyFundedFutures is also running Easter egg specials for be on the lookout for like discounts and free accounts in their videos.
Yeah, just dropping
major social media platforms.
Yeah, just dropping like little Easter eggs, percentages off here and there. So you really got to pay attention. This is technically my break even after we created a swing here. I'm going to give it a moment though and see how this candle closes. Because, you know, when I trade an inversion, once we create a swing, I typically go break even once we get back below the swing. But I think this thing goes if it breaks that 90 level. So I want to give it a moment. And guys, I'm just targeting the 68 here, which is the opening range. What was that? The high or something, I think. So there's the stop to break even. Can't lose on it now.
Woohoo, we're back in the right direction this time, baby.
Hey, long was long.
That was all luck, man. That was a total mistake. Like I said, I was looking for shorts all the way.
Long was looking okay for a moment there.
That's why I went to pretty much break even, just took the 10, 15 points to get out of that. All luck.
You can have a happy mistake there. Nothing wrong with that.
I think someone in my previous chat pointed out the pointer control was down there in the 70s. So we would have to kind of get through those 70s to maybe we can make a push back down to what? The 425s, kind of run this previous leg to the downside.
Is that that's almost back to 50%. And that's the pre-orb high. That's what that, no, it's not. What is that level? I had a green line there. It disappeared. I don't know what it was. I don't like this reaction off this wick at the 80 at all.
Well, the point of control is down there around the 60s and 70s. I knew that was going to be, let me look at it. I don't have it marked out. Someone was telling me about it a while ago.
But either way, I'm front running the 50% of the range here. That's all I'm doing.
I think we're good as long as we stay below 604, the 600s. We should get the push down to 552 before we run into resistance.
There we go. That's a good candle. Let's go. So back to 50% of the range, or what are you targeting down there, Husk?
I'm thinking about targeting my next pivot down, which is 509. I'm just targeting about 10, 20 points above it, which is this next swing. My next pivot is, oh man, never mind. I'm way down there. I didn't realize I was that far down. I'm way down at 429. I thought I was at 529. Never mind. 525.
So that is the 15-minute opening range that I just took profit at. Just above 50%. Yeah, that's
that 15-minute range bottom, the one that we usually trade off in the morning time, is sitting at 540.
Yeah. So I'm now up $378 on this account. That's a pretty good day for this account here. Let's just kind of see what happens as we move lower.
I think I'm still going to target this swing, unless you think this is just going to be another higher low here.
I don't think so. I think that opening print down at 432 is in trouble. Remember, we still got the big new week opening gap down there lower. On your 5-minute chart, 477 and 550 are your first two targets. So we just tapped 550. And then your next level down is 399, followed all the way down at 345. So if you look at the 5-minute, I'll pull the 5-minute up right quick so you guys can kind of see. Husk and I watch the same thing when we're looking at these 5-minute charts typically. Yeah. So you're just kind of looking for a clean break of structure on the 5-minute. So if we draw a trend line here, I mean, just a simple trend line, right? Nothing fancy.
Well, man, before I got off the stream on Friday, I was like, man, if we break this 5-minute trend line, we're downtown. We ended up selling off like all the way to the 24,000s on Friday. I don't know if anybody took the trade, but that's that one that me and Pine Tree were sitting there staring at. I mean, we had like a massive 5-minute trend line of like 100 points or more. It was an insane 5-minute trend line.
So you can see right here, these are the ledges. This is very similar to what I do on gold, where I look at the 5-minute ledges. These would be your take profit and your scale points, right? On the way down on the 5-minute. So we're approaching the 50 EMA and the pivot point down there at 520 pretty quickly here. I think this thing could move a lot lower, potentially. Again, you got that new week opening gap down there. It's pretty large. I mean, after that huge 800-point move up this morning, you know, I was looking for a sweep lower at open to be able to long, and we just didn't get it. So.
Are you still in the trade?
No, I took my profit.
Oh, okay. I didn't take it. I'm up 50 points.
Let's go.
Come on, man. What'd you do? You gotta hold it. Gotta hold it to the next pivot down.
Listen, I took I got in at 606 and I took it off at 68. So that's
Okay.
I don't know, 38 points. That's pretty good for me. It's pretty good for me. Guys, the Easter eggs, so how they work, it's not obvious, right? It's an Easter egg inside of a kind of a discount code inside of a short or something like that. So you're just looking for a percentage off or whatever, a discount code, a free account. And they're just little things that are going to be in the short form content that we're posting. So that's where you're really going to be looking for it. Just pay attention. Main thing is watch the content. You'll see it and kind of go from there. So I don't know how many uses each one will have and things like that, but let's definitely pay attention to it because you can never beat a free account there. Or not a free account or necessarily money off, right? So you can get a good deal.
I was gonna say this is also usually where I'll pull fib on these massive 5-minute candles, and I look for like that 23% to hold on these 5-minute candles.
Yeah, if we can, guys, let's toss Husk chart up there since he's in the trade. Let's see what Husk is looking like. There we go. I thought he was lying. I didn't believe he was in the trade.
Ooh, we wouldn't lie about that, man. So, you know, I always talk about how I pull fib on my 5-minute candles, so I can kind of get an idea if the bears are going to stay in control. So most of the time, I'm usually looking for anything less than 50%. This way, it kind of gives you an idea if you need to start taking profit or not. And that's the only reason that I pull fib on individual candles. It's not like you're using it to kind of determine which way the market's going to go or that percentage.
And how are you moving your trailing your stop there? Are you just using the 50%?
Yeah, I'm just going to stay under the 50% of the total move. Usually if we start losing over 50% of the previous candle, you know that the bulls or bears or whatever direction you're going back into, that they're pretty much just going to overtake the candle. Most of the time when you start getting in that 60, 80%, most of the time it ends up being a failed 5-minute candle and continue higher. So this looks like about a 38% pullback, because I got the 50% marked out at the 70.
Right.
I can just kind of show you. So if you pull fib on this, right to the 38%. See? And 38% to the 20% of your previous 100-point 5-minute candles is always the go-to. That's really what I'm looking for. Because most of the time, if you get that to hold, there's no reason that we're probably not going to continue lower. And hopefully we can look at this next resistance down at the 510s on the pivot.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at 505 as kind of the next level down there. But I have a pivot at 518, I guess.
Well, the only difference between your pivots and my pivot is if you go to Trading View and you just change your settings from standard to Fibonacci. So mine is on the Fibonacci pivots.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the really only difference. I don't know how much they're off. It's just what I use.
Anybody take any gold trades last night? Anybody slap any gold? Sunday nights are the trickiest on gold. So I did not get any of the gold trades last night, but it did look like they went. It's either 4 for 5 or 5 for 5. I can't. One of them I have to go back and look a little deeper to see if it actually won. I think it did. So I think 477 is a great target here.
Yes,
we'll see.
That's what I'm looking for. 480.
Yeah, Core. But I think using my strategy during the trade times, I think it won, but I don't know. I'm not sure. So, Koa, you only trade MNQ and NQ during New York. Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
A little off topic. What was your favorite thing about Vegas? I know you've been there so many times. I don't know if you have any favorite things.
What was my favorite thing?
size maybe winning a little bit on your card table.
I mean, that's just par for the course, right?
Yeah.
We do that all the time. No, I really enjoyed the zip line. I thought the zip line was pretty fun. I didn't enjoy the wait time at the Grand Canyon for the zip line. It was about 2 hours
Ooh.
of just standing there in the sun. But
So do you actually zip across the Grand Canyon?
it's not.
partial?
Yeah, it's a part. It's a part of the Grand Canyon. It's not
Okay.
really. You know, it's not like the big portion or whatever. So, but you know, I did. It was the first. It was the first concert that my 14-year-old daughter has been to with me. So it's kind of fun seeing her like dancing and singing and stuff like that. But yeah, it was a good time.
So a
We're
little bit
still-
more on this trade here. If you look to the left, you can see that we're kind of bouncing off this ledge here. So that's where that's right. This is whole screen, so I can kind of point out the whole thing. So we already bounced off the first ledge. There was another ledge to the left that we're bouncing off of. So that's where this pop-up's coming from.
Yeah, you're also at 50% of the overall range on that last pullback. From the high of the morning push up this morning, all the way back down to that low of the pullback. So ATR today is actually not that high considering, you know, how crazy the market sort of been this morning pre-market. We're at about a 30 on the 2-minute chart. So I think if the ES can kind of lose like that 660 area here, you got enough room down to the 48s. 48s has kind of been like the line in the sand on the ES today. So Max, yeah, Max is still he's still moving slowly around. He's kind of weaned off of some of the medicine, but he is improving. And I did get him the laser therapy, so I'll be taking him to laser therapy sessions this week, 2 or 3 days. So, but yeah, he's improving every day. Look at this move. Did you hit your target? Nope, not yet. You're just gonna keep moving it down. I don't blame you.
I don't know, man. It's like, do we go to the swing at 430s, man? It's like,
I like 477. I think 477 is a bounce area. Well, 430s though. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's the opening print. Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot for 480s, man. That'd be we're almost up 100 points on this trade. So it'd be it's not often you get those 100-point trades during the lunch hour. So
Also at that support on ES at the 660s right now. So we'll see if that wants to hold up or not. Might get a little bounce here.
I could close it now. That'd be like a 100-point trade if we don't. I really don't want it to push too far up to what 510s, because you know most of the times are even back above this pivot. Because I know that this could be a crazy bounce spot off of this Fibonacci pivot here. So you just want to see it hit the 90s, bounce up to the 510s. This if you like to trade in between 90 and 510s, because I always kind of say that's like the hardest level to trade anytime you're around that level.
I like those levels. I think we're just going down here. I think you're about to see a flush, especially coming into the macro here in about 2 minutes. ES is losing that 660. I think we're about to flush down into that opening print at 433 pretty quickly here. We lose that 90. I think this thing's just going to, I think it's going to waterfall.
We'll move it to the low.
I'm really liking the look of this. And here's the thing, guys. I took 38 points. Do I feel any FOMO? No, I don't. I don't. It can go down another 300 points, and I literally don't care because I've already taken my trade. I've already gotten my profits. I only entered with 1 micro for a couple of reasons. The stop loss was bigger than I was comfortable with, you know, like all the things. I just, you know, you don't have to participate in the entire move. So
Runner got stopped out at the pivot, guys.
yeah, and see, I mean, I personally think this thing's going to move lower. Now, like you said, could we retrace the 575 at 580? Maybe. Guys, we got the forums in the chat. Don't miss it.
Free giveaways. Dude, I feel like that 80 was the target. That was my initial bounce spot. That's why we chose the 80s. But I thought, well, maybe that thing was looking bearish. I thought it was going to keep the momentum up, but it just kind of dried up.
Well, it kind of makes sense to bounce here, right? I mean, it's not just going to go straight down. And that's where, like, knowing where to trail, knowing, you know, that kind of thing, like what you want to do with your trail stop. That's what is difficult. Do you trail? Do you lock it in? Do you just let it go and hold for your target? I mean, those are, you know, those are kind of the decisions everybody has to make individually. I like to trail personally as well. If it's an end-of-day account, I don't always though. So
Done.
Koa, because I just know I hold myself back because I just know that I don't need to, right? If this offers another setup, then I'll jump back in short, right? So what would be the other setup? Well, let's look at the 5-minute chart. If we just take a quick look over here at the 5-minute, if we push back up and we kind of rebalance this this gap that we left up here, that could be a re-entry opportunity, right? Something that kind of has a fixed stop loss. I can enter this with a 45-point stop, and we could still target 477. But again, does it make any sense to? Maybe, probably not. Quantower did an update this morning, and okay, there it is. And like a lot of the stuff has disappeared, and I'm like, I'm trying to have to click and find it. But maybe if we rebalance this 5-minute gap up here, you could maybe enter. But I would also venture to say it's probably a little too, it's probably a little late. So you just have to kind of think about your model, how you're trading. Does the stop loss make sense? That sort of thing. So, but yeah, for now, I'm not worried about it. We just look for the next opportunity. That's it. So
I've also noticed on these pivots sometimes that if we lose them, then regain them, we'll get like this big push back up to the upside. So that may be the push back up to the upside of filling that gap back up there at 580.
Well, I would, here's the thing. If ES holds 660 here, to me, like I said, 662, kind of the line in the sand there, 48 to 62. If we can kind of reclaim 71, then maybe you could look for a long back up to rebalance the 5-minute gap. My personal lean is we continue lower. ES comes down and tests that 66.48 area. I think that might be a better spot to look for a bounce, potentially. So I think if we push back below kind of the 490s here, you're going to get that quick little flush. But it's difficult when you're in a trade like that and you're up 100 points, 80 points. It's difficult not to move the stop.
Oh, dude, I can't tell how many times I've been up like 40 or 50 points and trying to hold a trade and it comes back and hits you break even.
How many likes do we need to get to 400? Let's see. Gamer says we're close.
Come on, guys. Smash the like.
346. So we still need about 54 if my math is mathing. So, guys, we still are running 38% off the rapid plan. As always, use code YouTube for that. We also have the 25K Flex account for just $49 for new users. Existing users can get it at $77 for the first month. Use code YouTube as always. But yeah, let's see here. We're kind of looking here to see. I mean, like I could be aggressive here, but what would be the point of me being aggressive and trying to take a trade? I'm already at my daily profit target, right? Actually above it. We could maybe risk $80 on a trade and kind of lock in 300 for the day. Nothing wrong with doing that. There's the loss of 90. There's the flush.
Man, nice.
Coming into the macro. This thing's just going to run. Got the opening print down at 430s.
Woo.
There it is.
Hey, we were just a few seconds away from that one, dude.
The end of your trend line is down there at 344. ES just tapped the 48 level directly there. Nice little 6-point bounce off that level on the ES. Line in the sand here, guys. Really is the line in the sand. Let's see if we hold here for the bulls, we can continue up. If we don't hold here, then we're just going to flush. I could maybe take a 1-minute long opportunity here if there is one. Let me look. My 1-minute chart will ever come up. So there's not one here yet.
You would have to get back above 475. Then you might get a retest of the 500s up there. But as right now, it looks like it's still going to push.
I think so too. We have an SMT at the opening print at the daily low. 66.38 was the ES low there at open. Again, I'm going to take the long just for a scalp if it triggers. We're in discount of the range. We swept liquidity. We have an SMT. We are delivering from a higher time frame fair value gap. We'll see.
Yeah, that would have hit my 530s if we'd have held. But, that's one of those things that you have to consider is but that's what I was telling Methodical Man a while ago. I have been 40 or 50 points in profit and I'm thinking, oh, we're going to get there. And next thing I knew, we're back at my freaking break even spot So then we end up taking hardly anything. So was it worth risking that extra 20 points? That's kind of how I try to tell myself whenever we move our stop loss.
Yeah, and that's what you got to think about. Like, is it, do we want to lock some in now and be okay if it stops us out and then goes without us? Or do we want to, go for the glory and just hold it? It's up to you. Every person's going to trade different. All right, I got the 30-second and the 1 minute marked out here. I think we might get a manipulation leg, one more leg lower. It's kind of my lean, but.
Well, we got that next hourly candle down at 350s, man.
Well, again, I'm just watching the ES here, and I think it's all about the 66.48, in my opinion.
Yes.
If that ES holds 66.48, we're going to go back up. But if it doesn't, then I'm going to look for maybe a trap below it. See if it can sweep the opening low and then recover 66.48 for that long there. So
about to have a new 5-minute candle.
I want to see something that's obvious. I want to see something that's V-shaped, right? Let's get something that's just so obvious that we can't refuse taking it. We just gotta, it makes us take it.
Oh.
Too low to short here, too late to get into the short after I got my profit. So let's just wait. The only thing, in my opinion, we can look for down in this area is longs. Husk, let's see it. You would only be up 200 points here, man. What happened?
We kind of talked ourselves out of it a little bit.
Nah,
The 80s got me.
I think you're okay moving. I think it makes sense to move the stop there. I don't see anything wrong with that. Yeah, we are in an initial balance low as well here.
I also had another entry at 50. Like I could have entered it short at 50, but like we said, we're so low down here. I just didn't know if we would run this previous hourly candle, the next one down.
I'm really paying attention to the ES here, guys. Like, this is a lot of people ask me why I watch the ES so much. This is why. I want to see how the ES reacts down here to these levels. Does it give us an opportunity or not? Let's go.
Is there anybody still holding the short? Dude, this 5-minute trend line was just an insane break, dude. It's so hard to not take when you got like couple hundred points of 5-minute trend line breaks.
Well, there's an SMT at the high too. If you use the lower time frame, if you're looking for SMTs on the 2 minute and the 1 minute, there was an SMT at the high there. I know a lot of people like to use the hourly, the 4 hour, the 15 minute. I'll still use the smaller time frames a lot of times, as long as it's at one of the highs or the lows. It wasn't at high a day, but it was at the RTH high. So
I
just hit the profit target, Mike. Let's go.
Nice. Yeah, nice if you held that all the way down. I would almost still want to hold down to the 350s if we could get through this next set of resistance. But there was a lot of body closes on these last, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-minute candles sitting at the 400. So this definitely could be a nice reversal spot.
Guys, I'm going to take an initial balance retest here if we get it at 32.50. So this is another entry model that I'll use. This is a 50-50 trade. I'm going to tell you that right now. 10-point stop, 10-point take profit. I need a retest of 432.50 in order to take it. I'm going to go 1 micro.
Is that where you're taking the bottom test of it?
Yeah, it's just a retest of the initial balance low. That's it. So we got a nice strong 1 minute candle close below. We're just looking for a retest. This trade's 50-50. It's going to work half the time. It's going to lose half the time. Just sort of is what it is.
I think we got our winner on our funded this morning. We took the the Pine Tree 5-minute inside bar, guys. That the 5-minute inside bar that me and Pine was talking about Friday. That was the one trade that we took on the fundeds this morning.
You got to say it correctly. You got to say inside buy.
Inside buy.
You got to say buy. Otherwise, it's like, it's incorrect. I'll zoom in here, guys, once if we get tagged in. I know the chart is we have such a massive moves here today. I mean, this is a 300-point move down.
Come on, man. Don't be hiding it. Show everybody.
Well, if I zoom in, there's like nothing on the chart.
Come on, man. There comes the 350s. Dude. I was like, man, we're going to run this next hourly candle at the 350s. Son of a bee. Come on.
If we run the 344 liquidity down there, then I will not take this retest. So ES has now ran the opening low now. It looks like they both are going to be gunning for this this wick down here inside this gap. Now, here's the thing. Do we think that 344 is a good bounce area? I mean, that's probably a decent bounce area. If we get like if we get a play out of there, I'd be much more confident in taking that.
So the one thing that, that I would like to watch higher time frames, like the hourly and 4-hour charts. When we pushed up to the top side, we didn't, well, yeah, possibility, because this is the middle of the 4-hour candle sitting here at the 300s. So this could be the 50% pullback of that previous 4-hour candle before we possibly go back to the top side.
Yeah. So if the left side is slow, the right side goes fast. That's a good analogy. No luck. I like that. A little bit of low resistance if it's a high resistant move up. Ooh, look at this, guys. Look at this bounce. I'm telling you, I'm watching this. I'm going to take this trade here, but I am still paying attention here for a potential long. I'm telling you, if ES gets back above that 48 there, we'll be slapping that for a long. But let's see here.
Oh, I thought you were looking for it short.
I am, but I'm watching both here. This is just this is a mechanical short. I've already got my order on.
Yeah, the same trade that we used to take all the time.
Yeah, it's just a mechanical short.
Yeah. I haven't taken that initial balance trade in quite a while.
We just hit the top of the hour. That's what that was. That was that little pushback up. What up, Ivan? We see you. Your messages are coming through, but I'm seeing like one every 10 questions or answer or whatever in the chat. So
remember, guys, on MyFundedFutures, for the very best discount, use code YouTube.
Yeah, guys, if you're looking for the Easter eggs, I mean, they're just going to be codes on the screen there. And just pay attention to the ones going forward. You don't have to go back and look at the other ones unless you just want to, but look at the new ones going forward there. Watch for the Easter egg in the chat or in the on the screen, and just use the code for a discount. Let's go.
Yeah, if you want to have the very best chance of winning, just make sure you got your notifications on, because there'll be other people waiting. Like, MyFundedFutures notification.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure the codes aren't going to have so many uses. So if you're not, if you're not there, you're not there. So you got to be notified as soon as they post. The one thing I do like about this initial balance retest is it does kind of line up with that 48 retest on the ES here potentially. So we'll see. We want it to be quick.
Okay.
We want it to be quick here.
So Aaron did put in the lobby that there is so many uses for the code. So
all right, about to be tagged in here potentially.
So the setup that Methodical Man is looking at is called the initial balance trade. And what that is a 1-hour candle from the opening. So basically you can say it's the second 30-minute close, or 1 hour from 9:30 to 10:30. So it's the close at 10:30 mark, of the 30-minute candle.
Okay, Husk, just so I understand, you're saying that 2 30 minutes equals 1 hour.
Well, you know what I mean? 2 30-minute candles, instead of when people think of, a lot of times you say initial balance, they think in the close of the hour. They think, the close of the hourly candle, when really it's just, it's second 30-minute candle at the opening.
All right, just had to make sure.
Yeah, man, you don't want to confuse people. Got to have the breakdown. If you've never traded it before.
The second 30, the sixth 10-minute candle. Let's go, Karen. Oh, that's what I was going to say. The fourth 15-minute candle.
It would have sounded better if you said the 60th 1-minute candle.
Yeah, one of those. One of those.
That would have been better. Oh, the 60th 1-minute candle, guys.
Look how we rejected off the 48, and it just did not get us tagged in on the initial balance low there. That sucks, but it's fine. It is what it is. Didn't quite get tagged in. ES is rejecting the 48. I mean, it's too low for me to really just jump in short without some sort of model. But man, I do like this push lower. I do like it. I think 344 is on deck here. probably pretty quickly too.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I might could stab here for 10 points, 15 points. Because here's the thing. If we get back below this low, we're going to move very fast. But this could be a situation where we just put in a higher low and just kind of go. So I'm going to be patient with it. We'll just leave it where it is. If it tags us in, it tags us in. If it does not, it doesn't. So just didn't quite get to the level that we needed it to get to. I'm telling you guys, 48 on 66.48 on ES. 100% line in the sand here. We bounced off of it earlier for 9 or 10 points, and now we just rejected it there for 7 or 8 points. If it gets back through there, though, we might squeeze. We'll see.
Would you miss your target by what, 5 or 6 points, 4 points?
Yeah, it was like 6 points off there. Yeah, from tagging us in, and it had the exact reaction that we wanted. So, let's see here. Did I miss? I didn't miss the winners, did I? No, I didn't.
I haven't heard the winners.
No, I didn't
I've been
see
trying
them
to
yet.
watch the lobby, so I don't know if they were posted already.
No, they're not. I thought they were.
Okay.
I'm going to be aggressive here, guys. Don't do this at home. I'm going to be aggressive. And that's why you don't do this. Look, it's about to stop me already. Boom, 10 points.
Well, as long as 404 holds, you're good. I would put it right at 410.
Well, I just jumped in. I thought we'd break the
Oh.
90 and I risked 10 points there. No big deal.
Okay.
Just trying to go for a quick 10-point scalp with a 10-point stop. Which 10 points, very, very, very small stop.
I was to say, if we lose those 30s, man, it's probably going to have a pretty good sizable pullback. Yeah, I guess that is that hourly down candle there. What, like you were saying, that 31, 32.
I think I don't know if I'm even going to try this IB retest now. I might decide to take it off. We'll see. Or maybe we just leave it on and get our 10 points back.
How often do you still take those pretty regularly on evals, or have you been pushing those?
Yeah, I don't take it on funded unless I'm like, unless
100%
there's,
sure?
yeah. Well, even
Okay.
when you're 100%, I mean, it doesn't mean the trade's going to work, you know?
Oh, no.
So, but mostly just eval. That's mostly what I'll take that on. Funded trades are typically, you know, like an A+ inversion setup. Sometimes I'll take those on the pre-orb. It just depends. Pre-orb did lose today. It won pre-market, but it lost after the market opened. So I don't know if you guys took the pre-orb today or not.
Dude, my funded got stopped out all of like less than 10 seconds. As soon as I entered, when we were kind of whipping, it was just like in, out. It was that quick. 20
And
points.
while I was gone last week, the couple of days, the pre-orb did go 4 for 5 last week if you guys took it. So it went 4 for 5, which is a really good week. So solid.
All right. Are you still got he still got it up there. So he's looking at 432 for his entry.
Yeah, we'll see there. It's right at the 9 EMA. So we're tagged in. And can we get the reaction?
You still just looking for 10 points, right?
Yeah, 10 points. There it is.
Boom.
So there's a little exchange. 1 win, 1 loss. Easy peasy. Sometimes those mechanical trades, I mean, it's 50-50. I guess you could venture to say that every trade that you enter is 50-50, right? What's your win rate? Yeah, 50-50.
50-50. That's a good one.
It's either going to win or it's going to lose. I don't know. So, but you can see we've smashed every level except for the low on this 5-minute short. Every single level except for the low has smashed so far. So the M pattern ended up playing out. I mean, guys, rewind the stream. We drew out the M pattern. I mean, I don't know what more you want.
I'm going to look for a pivot retest here. I think we push all the way back up to the 500s.
I'm watching the ES as well here because, like I said, I mean, I like a potential long on a recovery of the 48. So if the ES closes above 66.48 with some momentum, then we will.
I think we push back up to the pivot at 500 and we continue selling off.
You could maybe use the 5-minute gap here. If it can get a close back above kind of 480s on the 5-minute. That is a ways up there, but that would be, it's kind of the cleanest gap to the downside right now. And there is an SMT. Nope, there's not. There is not. I thought ES might have ran that low, but it did not. So there is no SMT here. Are you taking the long now?
I don't know. I was kind of waiting to see what this next 5-minute candle does off that initial balance low there. If we kind of hold up there.
I kind of like the way the ES just closed there.
The only thing I don't like about it is how big that wick is. I prefer the wicks to be a lot smaller on these 5-minute candles that I pull like this. I don't want the wick to be 23 or 20% of the candle. You want the wick to be very small, and you want the wick on the next candle to be like the 40% of the previous candle. So I see this candle is getting smaller, or the wick's getting smaller. So that's where you want to see the pullback.
Right. I'm considering longing too, but I want to see ES. ES closed up there at the 51. So I want to see ES kind of hold. It's retesting 48 now. Let's see if it can hold that level or not. If it can't hold it, then we're going to dump pretty fast here. But if it can hold it, we should squeeze. We did rebalance that 5-minute gap there. We definitely rebalanced that.
Yeah, gap halfway up.
Well, we just went, we went back into it. Now we're pushing back out of it.
Yeah. See, we're already pushing down 50% of the candle.
I'm just tricky spot here. Could go either way. You're kind of like, you're trying to like find a bottom. You're trying to pick a bottom. Trying to pick somebody's bottom. That's not a good idea, Never a good idea to do that. So on this pushback up here, I'm going to stab along here. I believe if ES reclaims the 48, if it pushes right back through it right here, I'm going to take it. There we are. I'm in. And we're going to look for, let me move this stop down. I'm going to look for a little 460 retest.
I feel like 86, 80s, even a good target if this can continue higher for your runner.
Well, I've only got one, so it'll be no runner, but I am going to go stop to break even at the wick. So I'm going to go break even at that wick there, at that wick high. And if ES loses the 48 here, I'm just going to kill it. It may not even let it hit my stop. We'll see.
You could probably even go with your initial balance as your stop loss or at the bottom of that wick.
So looking for about an 18-point play here. Going to go stop to break even at 54. I want to see expansion above that wick at 54 when we get there. I want to see price really start to move. So far, not doing it.
Yeah, that initial balance definitely would be my line in the sand. So if we started losing those 32s, I'd be like, a little scary.
Well, that's what we did earlier. We just wicked off of it. So see if it can squeeze here.
I still think that we get another pivot retest. A lot of times we like retesting these pivots before we move back to the downside. I just feel like this is going to be the pivot retest up here at the 500s. And then I think the next play is going to be, kind of making a run to that bottom part from that big push up this morning.
So there we go. Locking out 18 points right there. That pushes us up to $409 on the day. Let's go. $409. It took my stop loss and gave TP. It does that all to me all the time. I mean, it's just one of those things.
Myth with the victory.
So
nice. So what are you, 2 for 1 today?
2 for 1. Let me do the math on that.
We're 2 for 2 with the lucky one. That's what we're going to throw that first one a little luck.
No, I think
I meant to do that.
What have I taken? 3 trades? Yeah, I think I'm 2 for 3.
3? Nice.
Or 3. I don't even know. Who knows? We've made money. That's all that matters. We made money.
I'm trying to find my. Oh, there it is. We're up 449.
Nice job. Let's go. You can see how that level on the 48, the 6648 level means so much on the ES there. You can see how we're just kind of hovering right there at it. I think that we've accepted that level. We've had 2 or 3 candles kind of close above it. So I would look for this thing to get a push back up, maybe retest the 66, 62 potentially. NASDAQ, if it can get above the 5-minute gap that we're in, maybe close 485, 490 area, I think we can start to squeeze, retest 530s. But we are in the middle of lunch hour. So you got to keep that in mind. So,
yeah, we could get a really nice dump after the evening, starting around that 2 o'clock.
Q Mendez wants to know, do I strictly trade 1 micro? Well, it depends on the trade. It depends on a lot of things. It depends on, number 1, how much am I targeting that day? Number 2, am I on a funded account or an eval? Number 3, what size is the account? Is it a 25K? Is it a 50K? All these factors determine whether or not I'm trading a micro or larger. If it's a 25K or a 50K, I try to stick to the 1 micro, right? If it's a larger account, then I'll kind of size up. If it's a funded account and I have a fixed stop loss, then I can do some math and I can say, all right, I might can have a 10 micro trade. It just depends. Guys, we got the winners in the chat. GB33447. Congrats. It's Me Trades. Congrats. Pac-Man. Malakishan. I'm gonna trade. Are you here? Make yourself known. Let's go.
Congratulations on all the winners, guys.
But yeah, I mean, all those factors kind of play into my decision, whether, also time of day, right? Time of day plays into my decision. Am I going to have to give it more room, less room? What's the ATR? So that, like, when it comes to determining what size you're going to trade, it's more than just, always taking 1 micro or always taking a fixed stop loss. You got to determine the stop loss based on the trade, size of the account, the ATR of that day, all those things. So, but for the most part on here, I do stick to a micro for the most part. So, because a lot of times when I'm coming in on here, we are already kind of, I'm usually already at my target. Look at the ES losing the low here, guys, losing the 48. I think we dumped back down to 344s now. You could potentially, you could short here. I don't know. It seems insane to me to do it, but you could.
I would kind of like it to hit the 400s, then have that little push back up into the 25. Then as it's coming back through the 400s, I could possibly enter that way, if we're playing off the whole numbers.
One thing I do look at is like, I kind of watch this. Like, I'm like, all right, let's look at the bearish PD arrays, right, on the way down. Are they holding? Like, everyone is held. This bullish one got wrecked. That's what we entered off of. And then all the bearish ones have held, right? So from that perspective, you would think we would take out the 344s before kind of getting back above these. Doesn't always work that way. Cheesy Balls, It's Me Trades, Parkman, Malakishan, I'm going to trade, all confirmed. Let's go. Congratulations, guys.
Congrats on the winners.
And then we're going to do a +1 as well, guys. +1. It's like taking an extra date with you to the movies, right? You get a +1. Or wait, is that frowned upon? I'm not sure. It might be frowned upon.
Oh, where we go?
It's Me Trades. Congratulations. Yeah. Oh, nice job. Let's go, guys. So there is a potential short here on the 1 minute. We got a little inversion back to the downside, but we're so low. But that being said, I think it probably works. So if you're taking this short off this 1 minute, if you're like, I'm just going to be aggressive, I'm not taking it. But let's pull up the 1 minute. It probably works just because we're pretty bearish here.
So there's your first 400 bounce, methodical.
Hitting the 400 level, yeah.
To the T. This is where I'm looking for a play back up to the 25 or even right at the 20 and see if we can flush back through the 400s here. Because, technically this is a three-man 5-minute candle setup where you got 3 candle pullback, higher low, then taking the break.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind this. We're just so low in the leg. I'm not going to take it, but I think you could take this and it probably – would push down to the 340. Stop to break even on this play would kind of be like 383 here. And it should move into 383 pretty quickly once it breaks that 90. If it breaks 90, I think it goes to 89 at least. What do you guys think? If it breaks 90, it at least goes to 89. That's a pretty good call. Bushido's over there bringing up a little naughty.
So we're going to try the short for 10 points.
Husk doesn't know anything about the naughty. All right, let's see if we can get it. So what's your target?
Right now we're just going in 3 micros, so we're going in small. I would think that we'd at least get a 90 push. Then anything after that, it's going to be kind of a bonus.
Let's see. Let's see what happens. I don't mind it. I think
25 will be kind of my line in the sand. I don't want it back above the 25 to 30 area, back above there, kind of back into that initial balance. Won't hold.
The only thing I would be a little leery of is ES is almost at the low here. So it's at 37 and it didn't sweep the low yet. So it probably will, but you might get a little SMT here at the low with the ES. I do think we're at least going to retest the 90s here, but let's see. You want to see ES just kind of expand right below that low. We don't want it to just wick it.
Yeah, we downsized a little bit. We're down, 3 micros. I think we already up 450 for the day. So we got a little profit that we can risk.
Now, Husk, is this a negative R trade?
I don't want to get wicked out. So I just have to put my stop loss where it has to be.
No, I'm just messing with you. Clearly it's negative R.
Well, I have it's a three contracts, so I still have 1 contract left if it continues.
Oh, did it get you oh yeah, to get a little runner going? Yeah.
Yep.
Rip it. Let's go. Nice job.
Lose those 90s is probably still gonna hold it. So there's your first 90 hit. So most of the time when you hit 90s, you always kind of make a little bounce back to the 10, and you want to see the 10 hold here. If the 10 holds, most of the time you'll get another push down to the 75. Then 75 back up to the whole number. Then most of the time, if that holds, you'll get the push down to the 70.
AJ9M33, congratulations, you won a 50K rapid account. Let's go. That's a pretty big rip right back up right there.
Yeah.
So on that 1 minute, we did create a swing and then we moved back below it. I would have been break even.
Well, technically it's still a break even trade. So that's kind of what I do whenever I'm scalping. I take that first 10 points. Yeah. And this way I'm still can sit 20 points and draw down on my runner. So even though I'm 20 points above my entry, it's still a break-even trade. So if it comes back and stops me out, it's a break-even trade. So that's the way I look at it whenever I play trades like this. It's either you're right or wrong on the runner, and it's a break-even trade.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so ES broke the low there. NASDAQ has not broken the low yet. So it could get a little tricky. We'll see. We got about 8 minutes left in the segment today, guys. Matt will be coming up after us. So if you guys haven't already, let's hit that like button. Let's push it over to 400 before they get here.
Nice on the 400 likes.
We haven't gotten there yet, I don't think. Well, let me check.
Let's see.
Mine's not updating in real time. So yeah, we're at
30 more, guys. 30 more likes.
Woo. I don't know what that is. Somebody must be talking. Something must be going on here. This
I tweeted something, man. I tweeted.
Husk made a phone call to the market makers. So there's your break even if you were still holding that 1 minute inverse. That was the break even spot.
Let's see where we could go. Do we target the previous low or we did not run that second 1 hour candle down at what, the 40s or 45, 30s?
344.50. I'm actually considering a buy down there, depending upon how price reacts. You actually could buy here. Let me see. Let me mark this out on the ES so I don't miss it. 625 is the level on the ES, so it still has 8 more points to go.
So guys, I like to trade in between hold numbers. So we just hit the 75. So you should always anticipate some kind of resistance at your hold numbers. So 75 is going to give you a little pullback into the 90s most of the time. And after that, if it's going to continue lower, you should get your next push down to the 50. Here comes your 90 after hitting the 75.
That's all we do, cheesy balls. We just take bangers all day long. Okay. That's all we do. That's all we do. By the way, guys, Husk and I are planning on doing a little trading competition between the two of us. We'll probably start next week. We'll give you guys the details on all that going forward, maybe later in the week. But it's going to be me versus him, and we're going to see who can come out on top.
Dude, why can't it start today? Man, I'm at $500 today.
It can't start today, sir. Can't start today.
Come on, man. Let it get a carryover. We get a carryover.
Cannot start today. But yeah, we'll get all the rules and everything and together, and it's going to be done live in front of you guys, and should be a lot of fun. We're going to find out who's the better trader once and for all. So you think Husk is the better kisser? I mean, never. Never. He's never. But that's what's going to happen.
Nice.
But yeah, we're going to try to, we'll pick up a couple of accounts. We'll try to pass them and see who can take it to pay out and that sort of thing. Something's got to be going on, guys. Is this new? Yeah, something's got to be going on.
I was going to say, if we lose that 1 hour low at the 40s, there is nothing holding us up. Nothing. It is, it is downtown. We're at that low right now. So if we get through that, we just hit it, man. We just bounced off that 44.
Yeah, it didn't quite run the low, though. Not on the micros. Let me check the actual NQ. Did it take it on the actual NQ?
Oh, did it?
No, it left equal lows, I think. Hold on, let me see. 345.25. I think it's off by a tick. Yeah, missed it by a tick. And it's about to trigger along. There's no, I can't take that. I mean, I would, this is like looking like it might be V-shape here, but I can't. There's no way.
I know. I got to start taking some profit in case it pulls all the way back. I can't let it, not even if I just take 10 points. 81 should be kind of the next line in the sand here for the pullback.
Michael said loser comes on the stream with no hat on. I mean, that'd be simple. I was thinking like no clothes on or something, but I don't know.
No clothes.
We'll see what happens. I mean, there's zero chance I lose, so I'm not concerned, you know? Zero chance.
There was the 81 hit there. Wick right into the 80.
So yeah, I like you moving your stop into profit there, just with like what's going on right here. This thing could rip up very easily.
James wants us to wear a dress.
Wear a dress? Yeah, that could be. A Borat bikini? Yeah, we can do that.
Oh, goodness.
You could do something like the loser has to drink Tom Sabo's bathwater.
You would have to, we'd have to get Tom Sabo to ship it for us.
Let's go. He will. He will. He's got a special site for that. Can't mention it here.
Oh, goodness.
Definitely can't mention it here. Guys, as you come in, let's hit the like button. Let's subscribe. What Husk does on a Friday night is his business. Hey, I'm telling you. I've seen Husk on a Friday night with a box of wine. I'm just telling you. You didn't hear that wrong. Box of wine.
Hey, the box of wine was the good stuff back in the day.
So Tom would have to take a bath first. Oh my gosh. Oh,
come on.
Goodness.
We're so close to losing these 44s. Well, guys, we're getting close to the end, so you guys might not be able to witness the dump.
Poor Tom. You guys are over there giving Tom the old punching bag. All right, the NQ did just sweep it. So did micros. It just swept the low. Now, interesting enough, ES has not taken the low yet. It's very close. 66.25 is the low. It got down to 66.25 in like a quarter. No, 50 cents. So this does look like a soup. I mean, this is looking like a soup play here, like it's going to bounce.
Yeah, so if you're looking at my screen, that's what all these boxes marked out. They're just higher time frames. So like I've said, it's just a way for me to watch the higher time frames without changing my charts. So this big square you see here, this is the next hour down from the opening this morning. I think what, 6 o'clock? It's the 6 to 7 o'clock candle, I think.
Yep. Guys, remember, before we go here, just going to give you one more reminder talking about the Easter eggs that are going to be found in the shorts. Follow us on TikTok, X, Reddit, YouTube, obviously. Look for the shorts. Look for the Easter eggs for the discount codes that will be in there, posted by MyFundedFutures. Pay attention to them. They're there. Use them. They're going to have limited uses. Turn on your notifications. Follow us on all those platforms to get the best chance to get a little extra discount on all of the accounts that you might be picking up. Let's go. And as always, use code YouTube if you want to just get the standard discount. Look at this thing dump. Husk is getting paid.
Another 100-point trade in the books.
Husk is getting
201
paid.
point trades in one stream, guys. Can't do it any better.
Nice job. TP smashed. I like it. Now, guys, remember we got the previous day closed down here at 217. You guys know what I like down there. I like a little bounce for a long. So, but that's going to do it for Husk and I today, guys. We'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. We do appreciate you guys watching. Get your glasses on. Get ready for Matt. We'll see you next time.
Thank you, guys.
Electric veins in the night. Feel the pulse, feel the vibe. Welcome, rocket scooter. Burning trails where you're.
What's up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome to the show. I'm your host, Matt, on Lunch Money with Matt Hour here at MyFundedTV. Welcome, guys. I just now dangerously bought this dip here. I don't know. It's probably a terrible idea, but I feel like I wanted to fade this whole thing. What's going on today with Trump? Trump was saying something along the lines of, I met with Iran. We're talking to them about all this, ending the war or whatever. And then they were like, no, we didn't. Remember, we had that same sort of rhetoric that happened with the trade war and stuff, where he's like, yeah, I worked it out with China. We're talking. They're like, no, we're not. So obviously the obvious trade is to fade it all the way out. I came into the day with some profit. I've kind of like given it back, trying to take some trades here. Not the smartest bet to take, but what I'm looking for right now is I'm watching NVIDIA at a liquidity pocket. Actually, all of our data turned out to be slightly okay, even with this big bump, and maybe it's just the catalyst to kick things forward. I'm not bullish this market, but the data is surprisingly bullish. I don't know. For whatever it's worth, it's weirdly bullish despite everything that's happening. So I don't really know. I kind of just wanted to maybe take a stab at this. This is the red line at 319. Obviously, the really strong resistance target on that bounce point. So I'm just playing it really quick. So I'll chat with you guys in a minute. Let me focus on this. Let me show you how I come up with that calculation. All right, let's kind of put that cost basis a little lower there. Put that here, put that here. Put that closer to here. So essentially, it's something I do on a tick chart. All right. And what I do is I take a measurement from this. Actually, let me make sure I'm talking to you guys. Hold on. I measure from the base of the move to the first expansion of volatility, and you get the midpoint. That's a pivot. Then you mark it all the way to the peak of the move, and then that's your high. And both of those red lines become high volume pivots on the way down. It's called impact lines and run length lines. We teach this trick, illiquidity pivots. It is a bounce point to maybe take a play off of if one is bullish. And now we did close higher into expiration on Friday, and then we dipped down and then kind of like essentially got back on path to where we were on Friday. Do I think this market's bullish? I don't want to think that it's bullish, but we came out with some really interesting bull data this morning. Everything gapped up and everything's holding tight. NVIDIA is holding a really tight liquidity pocket as well, which I was like, F it. Let me jump in on it and see.
Now, it may not reverse. I don't think it will, but it's a good attempt to make a play. I don't know. Where would I trade it to? Well, on the monthly map side of things, I do have a target. Remember, I'm like a moment away from closing this. Tomorrow, if we get above 435 tomorrow, we could pocket into this bottom into this liquidity pocket, and maybe have another update or so just to retrace to this 800 level before it continues to sell. I think we may not be on a straight downward path to keep falling, but I did tell myself I did want to fade this and sell this off. It's very possible that this just rallies too for the day. I've just been waiting to make a good entry. I'm not bullish this market, guys. Y'all know I've been talking about how bearish I've been. But I'll take a bull opportunity if I could find one. S&P did fall into liquidity pocket as well, which also is a place to hold. Now, take note that we did open above MHP. Now we're closing below it. It's the rarer thing to break through and keep falling. It's going to try its hardest to recover back into this area here by close. And so I figured, like, why the heck not? Why don't I just take a bet and maybe take a stab at it? And we'll see. It is the right place to make a bet from, so we'll see what happens. I put 14 on it, which is a medium to medium size position. It's not that small a position for this account size here. And you guys remember, I did withdraw pretty much everything to leave 200K in the account for the million challenge that I'm doing, just to de-risk a little bit. And there we go. Now we're taking off. $22,000 profit. Let me lock in just a little bit of this. I just want to hit it medium hard, just in case. Drop it back down to maybe 4 and let it ride. All right. Well, I'm so tired. I was busy. I was really busy last night, up most of the night. Those red lines, bro, so money, yeah. Okay. So I got to run her 4. I'll let it ride just to see what happens. Off this pocket. I don't want to put too much risk on the table because Trump's saying that he talked to them and they're like, no, we didn't talk to him. This is something he does. It's part of his, I don't know, bullying techniques. He just basically makes stuff up. Maybe he's the manifesting it. I don't know. But he certainly is, saying one thing and not doing it. And there's kind of this Wall Street is kind of used to not, Wall Street's used to not trying to fade when Trump does stuff like this. I've learned over the years trading is that when he says he's going to do something, or he says something happens and the market goes 5% or 3% or whatever, it usually doesn't fade that day. In any general sense, I keep telling myself I want to fade this because it's bear market, right? It's bear conditions, everything's bad. And while it did sell off, I am looking at the data. While it's selling, nothing is looking bad. All the stocks still look good from here. And it's weird because we got a 200-point rip in NASDAQ on Friday in expiration. And all we did was gap down and then overshoot and then return to be slightly above where we closed on Friday. It could be a bull baseline for maybe 1 or 2 days up before we eventually continue to sell. We don't just fall straight down in the market. The market kind of moves in waves. And this could be one of those days where it does trade higher into close rather than lower. Although every bone in my body wants to keep selling every pop. It's just hard to in the moment like this because Trump is very, his word is very rarely faded that same day. So it might be like today and then tonight we pop and then sell off in Europe, or maybe in Asia. But I'm willing to buy this dip here. I think when I tuned in, I heard Methodical say he was going to buy like at this 350 level or whatever. So hopefully grab the trade too, because this is playing out pretty well. I've made 12K on it so far. We'll see what happens if it keeps going. My bet is that as we're selling, our DD ratio didn't fall below half, so it's still bullish enough. And while resilience is negative on NASDAQ, it's not negative on S&P, so it is trying to support half gap. If anything, as it sort of like hangs in here, maybe something in here, I'll stop on this side if I lose that. But this is very strong, at least from here to here for a scalp. That's kind of what I'm playing, and I'm proxy trading it through NASDAQ, which will put us right back to this area, 460, which is about 80 points from here. So 4 contract is enough to make this, another 8,000 from here. It's not going to kill me. It's not going to break me if I'm wrong. It's not going to make me if I'm right. But it's a decent play. I scooped out of the hole with the 14 that I had, and then I closed everything, or 16. I closed everything down to 4 right here at the little peak here. So maybe hold the runner, see how the day plays out. Do I think we're going to short or sell off? I do. The only question is from when and where. Can we retrace half this distance here and hold and then finish the day higher? Probably not. But through here, maybe a trade inside of this little green box is still possible. I don't know. We shall see. You guys know I'm taking 100K to 1 million real money trades. This is a real account. I made it close to 600,000, withdrew everything but 2, and now I'm going from 2. I'm almost up at 3 since last Thursday. So Thursday on the stream, I had 200,000 after the withdrawal, and now I'm up to 3. So I made 100K in the last three sessions, which is pretty aggressive, actually. But it's just been one of those markets where we've had movement, so there's really not much. It's moving a lot. So we'll see. The appropriate thing to do, though, is to not trust that things are resolving as quickly as you think they would be with Trump saying what he's saying about Iran. But usually when he says something like that, they're close, right? It doesn't mean like they're close to working something out. They're like, we didn't talk to him or whatever. Maybe he's just saying that to bait them into talking. Who knows what the answer is? But I've always known history and the way Wall Street's reacted to this kind of stuff is they don't usually sell it. They usually take a bet that he's hinting at something, and usually Wall Street follows through with it. So do we get the big sell-off? Yeah, but probably maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. It is a light news week, so we don't have a lot to shake this up this week. Just the war news, right? Wednesday are the S&P global numbers. That's it. And then Friday's Michigan numbers. So really no AAA news coming out that's going to really shake the market. What the heck is going on here? Oh, my mic is... Let me fix this really quick. Take this thing right here. Get in there. There we go. Now it's more like it. There we go. So we'll see. I don't know. Any kind of move like this can strictly can wipe somebody's account overnight. I mean, it's just a lot that happens. Everybody that was shorting this morning, oh my God, right? Who would have thought that could happen? It was kind of funny story was I went to bed and I was up late because I'm building this new website thing. And you guys know that the prop scoring website, which the beta starts officially tomorrow. If you're a Rocket Scooter member, we'll give you info in our Discord how to join that. It's going to list and score all the prop firms. Just in case you didn't know or were suspicious, MyFundedFutures is in the top 3 in every single category, which is crazy. But how can you not believe? How can you doubt that? I mean, it's one of the best firms out there, and the overall ranking came in at fast second place of every firm, and really tight between 1, 2, and 3. They're all up there. Anyways, MyFunded, solid, and I'm so glad to see it. Right. I mean, we're here for a reason. And some of the ones that you hear on socials and stuff that people say these are good, that's good. Well, you'll get to see what the actual stats are. The actual data will be presented. Anyways, it comes out for beta tomorrow. So I'm excited. So I was up really late, and this morning I went to bed finally. I was up all throughout the night, waking up, essentially addressing issues. Right, when you're in program, an issue with something, it's an assignment. And, approve this, approve that, go back to sleep, wake up, approve this, approve that, go back to sleep. And then it's like, I don't know, maybe like 6 in the morning, my time, 6 something. And I'm sitting there and my phone starts going off. And I'm like, what's going on? I look at Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim had an alert that I broke 24,600. And I don't even remember setting an alert for 24,600. It must have still been there from like last week at some point. Maybe when I was shorting overnight or something. Maybe it's 24,700. Yeah, I think it was 700. I think I set the alarm this day when I put in a short just to set the alarm. And then I'm like, when did I set an alarm? And I looked through it and I was like, wait a minute. that must be some old alarm I had sitting there. And then I opened my phone. I was like, whoa, what's going on? So this can just happen out of nowhere. And this is the environment we're in. Unfortunately, this is going to make it hard for you guys as traders to really make it in this environment. And it's just the nature of the beast. You have to be very careful because at any moment's time, I mean, this happens. Remember, I lost 200K off of a candle like that. Going to get flowers, like leaving my computer for a hot minute, you know? No matter how good or bad you are, I've learned in trading Trump's. Remember, I've been trading for 16 years and 5 of them have been through Trump. And this is going on year 6. And it's just always like this. You have to always be aware because and sometimes he's quiet, but sometimes he's not. And when he's not, he's loud. And when he's loud, the market moves. And it's just crazy. Yeah. So that alarm kicked me out of bed and I was like, what's going on? So I've been up ever since. I'm on like 2 hours of sleep for what it's worth. As soon as this session is over, I'm going to take a nap, but we'll see what happens. I'm not, I'm not married to the bull side, but this could roll up slowly for the rest of the day. I think even just retracing 500 seems about right. And that's pretty decent run from here. I kind of want to add 2 more contracts to that though, since we've retraced and held the middle. Let's see what happens. 1 more leg up. I don't know. And again, a red candle could just come out of nowhere and flush it out. So the targets that I have, and again, this is just my impact and run length red line technique that I use. It's finding where order imbalances are. And actually this one is at the wrong spot. This one starts from here. Finding where order imbalances are and just finding the rebalance point. It's easy to do this. I teach a whole boot camp on this. It may resemble what you guys normally do for marking charts for Fibonacci's, but it's not a Fibonacci. It's a whole different technique. It just uses the same tool, but it's essentially marking an equilibrium point. The key is identifying where to mark from. And that gives me the pivot. So if I go to 469, that'd be cool. That'd be fine. And again, if it just rallies from here, then I'm happy. I made 24,000 today, which is good. So far, I walked in today with 22,000. So I gave back a little trying to make a trade. I lost maybe 10 of that, and then I made it back and then some. So I'm just kind of playing with what I walked in today with. And that's it. The next boot camp is going to start probably in April. I wanted to do end of March, but I'm going to give myself a little more time because all my focus, my energy every day is on this website. But I think you guys will really appreciate the tool. It is a free service. So if you're asking like how much does it cost or whatever, it's free. It's my gift to the trading community. So you don't have to pay anything for it. All you do is you go in, you can compare prop firm A and prop firm B. You can go in there and if a prop firm has a sale, you can see how does it affect the score. If some firms will have a sale, the score gets better, right? Sometimes they'll change the plans and the score firm gets worse. And you can just basically see the math of that updating in real time. It's be really fun. But, you know, I'm not surprised MyFundedFutures at the top. Every single part of the plans here are solid. Then that's kind of to be expected. You really get a lot of points to your score when you don't have consistency or DLL unfunded. That really helps. And quick path to payout, affordable plan, non-subjective payout rules. I mean, all that stuff factors in, and it's an algorithm that calculates it. So. Out of 10, MyFundedFutures is a 9.6 out of 10. Now, the scaling is as such to where there's always a 10. Like, we essentially rank them together to where the number 1 is always a 10. So, and it's an exponential curve so that the ones at the top get like stretched. You can see the difference. So 9.6 out of 10. Literally, like almost a perfect 10. Yes, sir. And the only thing that makes something not a 10 is that something else is a 10. There's always going to be a 10 and everything's scaled off of it. Is a curve, right? The curve is set off of the top and bottom, and everybody is sort of built in the middle. 8 is the middle. 8 to 10 is the best, and then 5 to 8 is the worst. and then it's exponentially curved so that like the top firms are really scattered between 8 and 10, and then the worst ones are crammed down below 8. And you'd be surprised to see who's not in the top 5, who's one of the loudest voices in the space, who's barely in the top 10. And I always say, but anyways, the fun part about it is it's a mathematical thing. There's a lot of people always talking about when you guys go out there, you guys are all here, so y'all are loyal to us and we love that. Anybody go out there, there's always some affiliate trying to sell you an idea about this firm is great, that firm is great. And how do you know, right? You might bite the bullet and go, okay, whatever, I'll try it because you said so. And then you jump in and that firm rug pulls or something. How would you know there was a risk there? Because they really don't. Like, there's no informational source for you. So, somebody just selling you the idea that something's cool. Okay, but do you have any backing data? As a data guy, I want backing data. So that's why we made this free service. It doesn't cost you anything to try it out. So we'll let you guys know when that's launched, and that'll be something fun to do. But I always like to brag because obviously, there's 5 different categories, and being in the top 3 in all 5 categories is near impossible. And MyFunded literally sits in the top, which is best in class. I mean, that's as good as it gets. And I'm not just saying that because I'm here. Oh, the opposite is true. I'm here because that's true. I definitely chose to be here rather than the other 3 shows that asked me to be on it. MyFunded's the best. I'd only be on the show the best. But anyways, I'm excited to have something. You know me, I'm the data guy. Data always turns me on, baby. You know it. I'm hot for data. So as long as I have data to support any purchasing decision that I ever make, that's good for me. It's good enough for me. Did I start the what view in 2024 knowledge? I'm not sure what you're talking about. All right, should I just hang on to this? What should I do? We're going to break back above this target area. 431 is a key resistance level for the bear market. The question is, now I'm just taking a gamble that we flip to the other side of it. It's going to really fight here. If we're still bearish, it's going to fight here. Surprisingly, our ratio is still pretty bullish. With this ratio being greater than half, this is a long entry. As you see, there's support. And as long as we make it here, we close above there. So that's kind of that's the risk I'm taking just for today. Now, I'm not bullish this market at all, but the risk for today is there's potential to support there. And of course, S&P above MHP makes all the sense in the world if we open above it, which I think we did. It's very possible we end up on the other side of that. My cost basis at 344, which is literally, it could be better. It's right here on the edge. And let's see what happened. Which MyFundedFutures prop account is best for copy trading? It's a really hard question to say. Now, let me tell you the pros and cons of copy trading, right? Copy trading puts all your risk into one trade, right? So you need to have the most certainty on your trade. So any account that's going to have trailing drawdown, not the best for copy trading. That's really my guidelines for it. So you want something that's a rigid end of the day drawdown from start to finish. And depending on your trading style, if you like to scale in, right, it's like average into a trade, or you like to just scalp in and out, that'll make the difference between your choices here. You got, personally, I like the pro. That's just me though. Gives me more flexibility, more room to move, more room to navigate. I'm more of a hold through it rather than a quick in and out sort of trader. But to each their own. But the one rule of thumb is when you're copy trading, trailing drawdown is kind of like an enemy to like volatility. Volatility is your enemy in that environment. So you could be right on the trade, but chop can get you out. So what I do with trailing drawdowns is I don't copy trade them. I split them up. So like if one hits and it's still volatile, I add it in another one, and it's still volatile, I add in another one. So I got 3 accounts long instead of all 3 accounts long at one spot. Markets like this, I'd long them at 3 different spots in case one of them busts and the other 2 win. You can kind of weed out the volatility, but in trailing drawdown accounts, if you copy trade, you can lose them all very quickly just from the chop. So that's it. If the market closes below this low, I will consider below 431 on NASDAQ. It'll be in bear territory for tomorrow. So if we don't make it above this 431, we're kind of flirting with continual bear movement for tomorrow, which is like, while I'm sitting here trading, I've been wanting to watch this ratio go below half, but the stocks are actually hanging on, which is really weird. Maybe Friday's expiration clued us into that. For whatever reason, I'm not bullish, but Wall Street seems to be. So, like I said, NVIDIA hit MHP in a liquidity pocket bottom. So that was all the reason for me to jump in on this, right? This is always a good support. And a lot of the other stocks are kind of sitting at the same spot. Apple's at half gap, you know. I saw some other ones that were there. AVGO at half gap, Google at MHP. So your stocks are finding their supports. But if they lose them, I mean, we just completely capsize. So it being on the edge and me being fundamentally bearish, I'm not hitting this with like 50 contracts here. I'm taking a stab at something so that we maybe close bull. And I think that maybe the next 3 or 4 days. And now that more I'm convincing myself of this is that expiration sort of hinted at the fact that this was going to happen. Whatever happened at the end of the day, we flew up about 250 points right at the end of the day on NQ. And then we gapped down and traded down and just sort of like came back to right where we were. Like if you were to delete everything, let me get a black marker here so I can show what I mean. If you were to delete everything on the chart that happened, right? It doesn't really look like a lot has happened between now and then. We just sort of reset to where we were at expiration. So like, I had to come through here and just actually can I draw with like rectangles and stuff? Here's a rectangle. Can I not like fill that in with like a color or something? Oh, well, whatever. Let's get a fatter pencil. Okay, there we go. Like if I were to come through and just like etch all of this out and get rid of this and get rid of like this, right? It doesn't really look too abnormal if you were to put this here. Like we just sold off an expiration and now we retraced a little bit of that distance. And now we're kind of sitting about at that same trajectory that this is trying to move up maybe a day or two. And then maybe it sells off again this week. I don't know. As much as I want to be bearish, as I always have been since, I don't know, last month or so. Right? This is just the middle of that entire day. And it's kind of like, okay, we're sort of like, after that volatility, we're sort of like chilling at that middle spot. And are people comfortably buying the stocks here? Maybe covering shorts, maybe post-expiration covering, I don't know. But this could maybe turn into like a day or two that goes this way before it turns down. I don't know. It certainly feels not as bearish today. And then I'm not just saying that because I'm choosing a bias because of the big ramp up. It's not the ramp up. That ramp up has already been priced out. We're sort of just back to where we were like Friday's trajectory. So, you know, we're not far from where Friday was aiming at. So the question just becomes, how terribly bearish is this? Am I bearish for the year? 100%. Like, I think we're still trading down. The question is just from where. And I never like try to just be so aggressive. Like I've been so aggressive bearish until yesterday. And then today I've been sort of like relaxed on that a little bit. The data is not showing any sort of strong bearish tendencies. We're holding some really key pivots in some of these bigger stocks. I don't know. But when you don't know, just, you know, trade small, wait for your pivots. But if you ask me, this market's going to continue selling for the next quarter. We just know that bear markets don't just fall straight down. You know, they move and they wiggle and wobble. My stop is on the other side of liquidity pocket down here. So the bet is like, this is that kind of red line thing that I was drawing from earlier. That is the bet that we hold there. And then if it keeps going, it keeps going. It's usually a common play to, when you have a big pop like that and just retrace that distance, it's usually a common play to, if you support is a good long for a continuation. And it's actually building up some momentum here. But I'll close this in a moment's notice if we drop down through here. Am I aware that Trump is currently speaking? I am, but there's nothing else he can say that he hasn't already said. I think his ability to create further momentum when nothing has changed between this morning and now is pretty much insignificant. Very good chance of a deal with Iran. We'll give it 5 days. Did I make any deal on? We didn't make any deal on anything. World will become much safer soon. Iran has one more chance to end threats to America. Iran bragged to me about having nuclear weapons material, which made me anxious. That's what he said. And but I don't think he can say anything now that's going to be different than what's already been said. So we'll see. Yeah, like every part of me wants to stay short this market. Exception to today, it's proven to me that maybe taking a long is a good play. But who knows? Our data isn't turning super bad just yet. And I usually long in liquidity pockets every single time with bullish TD ratio. That's my favorite trade, liquidity pocket, which is why I'm doing it. We call it Matt's favorite trade in the boot camp. Bear zone top, bull zone bottom. It's good. We have resilience, though, negative on resistance at MHP. So that's kind of a limit to the play. But there's still a good 30 points in there on the S&P, which by proxy, it gets NASDAQ right up to about 500, give or take. So we'll see. Looking kind of strong. It is kind of looking strong, right? Especially if the NVIDIA with monthly hedge support is really strong. You know me, when I'm trading NASDAQ, if I get that NVIDIA support, that's juicy, right? Can't complain with that one. But is Trump going to say anything new? Nothing new is coming out, so we'll see. I thought that my original thought this morning was like, whatever, man, let me just fade this back down to 0 because nothing's changing and Trump's just kind of like making stuff up. But for whatever reason, I think that the gap down over the weekend and the response today was an over response just to reset because we gapped down significant and expiration had a huge amount of buying into the month. So, I mean, the fact that we went up 200 points at the end of the day on Friday was kind of a key that people are still sort of like grabbing the dip here. So dealers wouldn't have jumped price so high if there weren't fear of some buyers coming in. I think Friday is what scared them into that today. And this could be that surprise liquidity area where buyers just step in. You can just feel the flow. The flow is not bearish at all right now. So unless some weird red candle comes out of nowhere, like Trump says something, I don't know. And now we wait. You thought mouse frozen? Oh, I was reading Financial Juice. Man, I got this like pain in my neck. I need to get like heat pad or something. Y'all are funny. Yeah, I'm just reading the reading the juice. So liquidity pocket. This is good. We'll see. It's not that we're not finding a lot of buying volume here though, but the thing would be that it would be a slow moving thing. This is not a speed up move from here. Liquidity pockets just don't usually sell off easily. So the reason I like to take a bet there is that because it's a stable place to take a bet from. And then once what happens is the shorts get exhausted, and then once any kind of squeezing happens, it can propagate a move that speeds up. So not the worst bet to make. Neck is hurting, man. I slept on it so weird. Like I said, I've been bouncing between 10,000 and 20,000 P&L all day. I've been getting the moves right, just the pivots have overshot. And I think Abhishek is AI. That's very possible. I've had my suspicions. My fear is that it won't be easy, like that something dumb happens and then it like does this. You never know what's going to happen in this environment, especially when the president's talking. And now we play the waiting game. Resistance is holding strong. It is. It's holding, but there's definitely not a lot of activity here. That's the one thing. We are literally on the edge, like the scary edge. So we're not seeing a lot of people do much. I mean, I don't hate the trade. Trump to Republicans says, do not make a deal on anything. Very good chance of a deal with Iran. Not seeing anything else. All right. Yeah. Just reading. Man, my neck is killing me. I need to lay down. Every time I turn my head, it's like this is pain. I slept on it weird. Let's short or long into oblivion. One way or the other. To some oblivion it goes. I have this heat pack thing that like wraps around your neck. It's pretty good. I'm gonna bust that bad boy on a little bit. Can we see any move at this pocket? normally you would see activity at least by now, but there is no anything, which has me a little worried. I've got Batman's neck. The Michael Keaton rubber Batman suit where he couldn't turn his neck. He had to. Did y'all ever see the first Batman where he was stuck in a rubber suit and he had to like look up like this? The old good old days. People would punch him, he'd be like, "Oh, there it's moving. Let me do something real quick. Ooh, okay. Now it's starting to move. Batman. Dun, 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 dun. You broke your neck, you feel your pain? You broke your neck? No, wait, how'd that happen? Recently or like when you were younger? Are you okay now? Like how'd that work out? That really sucks to hear. So with our arbitrage indicator flip-flopping around like that, it means there's one really big stock that's passing through a key level, and it looks like Apple's the one. So let's pop Apple up on our chart here and see what Big Daddy Apple's doing today. Well, maybe it loads up in a second here. Apple at half gap, that's the one. All right. I've literally had my eyes just glued to these charts here. Your brain is clouded in sleeplessness. Dude, it was such a long night for me. I mean, it was a good night. I was doing so much work and I didn't get a good night's sleep. So I'm excited. So like, actually like I was yesterday, I was like, oh, I can't wait to get off of work. And then maybe I'll just like relax and play some Crimson Desert or something and just chill for a day. No, I've got to get this site launched. Hold on. You'll do some work for me? How much you charge? That's the real question. Are you cheap? Shorting the rip. Yeah. Let's see. You'll work for free? Anytime someone says they'll work for free, I don't know if that's a good idea. $5 an hour, just enough to feed me. If my trade goes good, how about that? I might not have $5 at the end of this trade. You bet soft the end day. I mean, I bet if we fast forward to Monday, we're trading lower, like a week from now. I can see that. And you could probably be right about that. A little bit of selling pressure here. All right. Fingers on the button. Do I just close this out? Am I just happy with 15K? Picking up some volatility there. Perfect. Sorry, I was trying to coordinate some things for people left for the day. Okay, now we wait. Do we hold this pocket? This is the third or fourth red candle slam we've had into this 357, 360 level. It's trying to sell. There is no push to the upside, that's for sure. We need to see some of those stocks move, but man, it is not giving me what I wanted to see. Am I just be the first one to bail on this or what? All right, this is the last little place for this, and now I get ready to decide if I want to exit this trade or not. Hold on. Let's double check what Apple is doing now. Is it breaking through half? Oh, that's Apple. So Apple had that key support pivot. Now it just jumped to the other side. NVIDIA. The obvious thing is for everything to sell off today, right? But is NVIDIA following suit? If we lose this on NVIDIA, then I'm probably going to bail. But in the next hour, we will know. I don't think we rally too far, but I don't think we sell off today. Now we just watch. Trump is live again on YouTube. Is he live again right now? Man, he's just Trump bought some calls Friday morning. That's why. He had to make sure he comes out here and says what he needs to say to get it to go up. This is always a tough play. Yeah. I know. This one is a little trickier because normally this upper green band is not like once you dive back into the DD band, once you're back in, you don't normally jump right back out. So this play is just a scalp to here. Essentially, that's what I'm getting. We get to there, and then maybe I just close it out and leave it like that. But it's the trade is essentially a 3-to-1. So it's a pretty good R to R. Like, that's why it's kind of worth taking maybe. Breakout's looking real. There is some buffering here. I mean, you're supporting this 320 level pretty hard, but that's just literally all hinging on Nvidia. That's pretty much why. Everything else is looking a little questionable with all these red arrows right here, but good old faithful here. Nvidia's holding the fort, which looks just like the Nasdaq. So we'll have to see who does what today. Like I said, I'm not taking my eyes off of it. Little by little, each one of the stocks are starting to pull back. So looks to be probably the path is down to maybe here. We'll see. It should have at least made a bounce by now. I'm kind of pissed off that it's not. So might just close it soon. I've got my targeted stop is to be if we fall below this area here. And or if we just fall below this with some velocity. What's my 351? Oh, it's kind of a 30 points down. Not the best looking sign. But we're still holding on to that. Every time I turn my head to read chat, my neck is in so much pain. I don't know, like, why. It's like you sleep on it weird, right? And it just has like this weird sort of like sore like that. Ugh, I definitely have no energy today, and I'm sore. I'm dead. It's nap time after this. You got some W's in chat? Wait, what are we dubbing? Wait, what are we dubbing? What are we dubbing today? What did I miss? Let me see something going on here. Let me get the news back up. Israeli media quoting a senior official: "We are not worried about the talks between Washington and Tehran." Okay, that's 12:22. That was a minute ago. Nothing big there. If I'm wrong, we're gonna hit this DD band, just immediately sell off if I'm wrong. So 355, we return to that, and then it's just red from there. It can get pretty gnarly. I can just be happy with what I got. Wait, is it W to enter the contest? Is that what it is? Or W just because you're chanting for me to win my trade. Is that the dubs are for? Buyers are stepping in. If you say W enough, the buyers will step in. Good. That's all I care about. S&P liquidity pocket. Yeah, the way that this will lose will just be a sudden sharp red candle that the buyers just come in once Nvidia sells off. As long as my eyes are like I'm watching this right here. As soon as this light turns red, then trade's dead. But Nvidia is the last little support we've got. It turned out okay. Okay, now this is the moment of truth. I either get this red candle that zaps me out, or this is the way to go. All right, this is the moment of truth. Do I just cut my losses and be okay with it, or actually cutting my win and being okay with it? Do I hold on? Chat? Do I hold on? Am I sure the DD bands are correct? They look correct to me. I don't know. How would they be incorrect? I'll double check them later. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. 24.5. Let's run it. We'll see. But unfortunately, I'm running out of time here. You guys won't be able to see the whole rest of the trade. But if you tune into my afternoon show on my channel, you'll get to see how this plays out. I'll be in chat there hanging out from my bed on my phone because I got to lay down. But it's been kind of fun with you guys. Usually when I'm wrapped up in a trade, when I don't have a trade, I usually have something really good to teach. But today, when I'm wrapped in a trade, you guys get to watch me focus, watching the news, watching the order flow, managing everything. Usually when I trade, I get pretty focused. So you got to see me in my focus element today. Constantly monitoring things. When trading futures, I'm always eyeing the stocks, right? The bigger stocks that have supports, I keep an eye on that, right? To the right side of Rocket Scooter, we have these little indicators here that tell you if the bigger stocks are breaking key pivots or not. And that's what I've been watching and just staring and waiting. Staring at my indicators down here. S&P is still surprisingly bullish after all of this. Nasdaq's just the only one that's not. So some of the big tech is pulling back, but there's enough kind of hanging on there that I have a little bit of hope. But either way, we'll be live on my stream in about 3 minutes. If you guys want to check it out and hang out with us in the afternoon. This is my YouTube channel. Obviously, pretty much everybody piles in over there because we're done over here. This is the last segment. So you guys are all welcome to come. Our community's huge. Come be part of it and hang out with us and finish out the day. I'll walk you guys through the rest of my trade in that chat while I'm hanging out here. I'm going to take this probably to 24,480. If I can, stop out at about 300 if I'm wrong. I mean, what a huge run, right? You got about 200 points of run there. But yeah. You guys take care. Y'all have a fantastic afternoon. I'm going to go down. I'm going to plug in my little heat wrap thing. It's so cool. It like snaps around your neck. It's like a cape, but it's for your neck. And I'm going to kind of like lay there and like heat it up. Maybe I'll start feeling better later. But take care. And we start our beta tomorrow for the props site. So be in chat. We'll tell you guys all about it. Other than that, have a good day. And we'll see y'all in a little bit. You'll see y'all tomorrow.